Evening. I would like to convene the March 2024 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Ms. Pescone, are there any public speakers?
Good morning. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see, reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden, following will be Jesse Fee, followed by Jason Anthony.
I'm a little more careful these days. I fell down twice this week already, and so. But it was important to get here. What changed was issued the 2023 Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And what it said was all the old rules where we were fixed with warrants and things like that rescinded. And what that does is essentially, because I met the head of the Federal Highway Administration when he talked at NIMTIC. He's a nice guy. He's got young kids. He understands that change and everything is not the same. I'm not the same. I walk about 10 feet, but always with a stick because I'm afraid of falling down, because I do. Kathy, they gave you permission to do what you know is right wherever you are. They know it's flexible. Where warrants were required to meet certain standards, all warrants are rescinded going back to when they were issued. They recognize that you're an expert, your team is expert, and you know what has to be done locally and not one that fits every size. They recognize that every local jurisdiction knows what's going on, and within the broad outlines of safety, which been discussed for years but never implemented before. So I would like to meet with your staff, sit down across the table. As Jano says, nothing works like sitting across the table from each other. If you can set it up, I'll work with your team and we'll figure out what can be done legally to increase safety. Waited 30 years for this point. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Jason Anthony.
Thanks.
Go ahead, I'm ready. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran. And madam, thank you for your service. I served too. Reason why I'm here, because I've been getting the reports that motorists have been dodging the tolls because they have fake plates, which I call them James Bond plates, which they order from Amazon. And it's been a rampant problem lately, and I heard that it's been cracked down by CBTC police, especially on the Verrazano Bridge where I live in Bay Ridge. So other than that, keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Jason Anthony.
Good morning, Cassie. Good morning, Jamie, and the rest of the Bridges and Tunnels Committee. We are aware that you guys are going to vote on Wednesday on congestion pricing. One thing I'm going to tell you guys is vote with your conscience. I'm not going to pressure you guys to vote neither yes or no, but vote with your conscience. But have in mind those people with disabilities, low income people that live within the 5 boroughs, those, let's say in general, everybody that lives within the MTA network. But having in mind that you guys have advocates like myself that have your support, that we have been dealing with NIMBYs like New Jersey Transit that have been saying no to congestion pricing, that we are going to continue to pressure them to settle the lawsuit. And you guys are going to continue to have my support to pressure them to settle the lawsuit once and for all. And Kathy, you're doing a very good job, just like your predecessor and Cedric Fulton. So Kathy, keep doing awesome work. So that's all I have to say for this month. I'll see you guys in Joint Commuter Rail.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the January and the February 2024 B&T committee meetings? Madam? Thank you. A second, please. And a vote? Fantastic. Thank you. The minutes are approved. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Barbas. There are no changes to the work plan.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Mark Herbst to the Bridges and Tunnels Committee. And President Sheridan will start off with her remarks.
Good morning. And welcome to our Commissioner Herbst. Thank you for joining us today. Covered widely in recent news reports, TBTA participated in the launch of an interagency city and state law enforcement task force, pursuing action against obstructed and fraudulent license plates. Following a blockbuster targeted operation at the RFK Bridge, Governor Hochul, Mayor Adams, and MTA Chair and CEO Janno Lieber, along with NYPD Commissioner Caban, New York City Sheriff Miranda, and representatives from the New York State Police, Department of Motor Vehicles, and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, convened for a press conference to reinforce our commitment to this timely and important cause. In just 2 targeted operations, the task force has seized over 130 vehicles, issued over 600 summonses, and made over 20 arrests, 1 for criminal possession of a firearm. For those who were toll violators, they owed over $335,000. Another targeted operation is underway as we speak at the Queens Midtown Tunnel. As Janno stated, persistent toll evaders cost the MTA money that could be reinvested into the transit system, so it's akin to stealing from the public. I'll be sure to keep you updated on developments related to this task force, as well as our own efforts. The message is clear as ever. Avoid trouble, don't obstruct your plate, and pay your tolls. Shifting to a more celebratory note, I'd like to acknowledge Women's History Month by mentioning one of our own at B&T. Yvette Morera was honored along with other MTA employees during last week's Empowering Women in Transportation event. Eve works creative magic on a daily basis at our central maintenance sign shop and is the first female to be a Level 3 maintainer in our 90-year history. I congratulate Eve on behalf of our entire agency. I also thank all of the competent and capable women at B&T, and I'm proud to call them my colleagues. Finally, this month, we've asked our Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling Department to walk us through the life of a toll transaction. Vice President Nicola Angel will kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Kathy. As a driver traversing a tolling site, do you ever wonder how you are charged using one of our bridges or tunnels? Well, crossing the tolling point of a TBTA facility is an experience that takes, on average, a half a second. You can see this in this video clip. For today's presentation, I have my colleagues from Tolling Technology and Tolling Operations joining me to provide some insights into how tolling works at TBTA's crossings. Sergio Reese, Assistant Vice President of Tolling Technology, will kick us off. Sergio?
Thank you, Nicola. As the vehicle crosses the tolling point, it moves under the equipment installed to ensure vehicles are tolled accurately. The image shown here is of a vehicle in the morning peak travel period at the Hugh Carey Tunnel, where two-way or contraflow traffic is operated in the West Tube to accommodate additional capacity for commuters into Manhattan. In normal mode, the two lanes of this tube operate in the Brooklyn-bound direction only. However, in the image you can see that our system can accommodate the temporary change to either direction. The equipment installed in the lanes is quick and reliable and is built with both redundant power and communications to ensure proper continuous operations. Under normal operations at 40 miles per hour, the system has just over a half a second to detect a vehicle, identify and apply the appropriate toll rate, and capture the front and rear images. Let's have a quick look at the equipment installed at the roadside. First is the Vehicle Capture and Recognition System, known as the VCARS. It has 2 cameras for each unit and a white light strobe, which is used for capturing images as its name suggests. Next is the Intelligent Vehicle Identification System, also known as IVIS. Loops are wire coils embedded in the roadway to count axles, detect vehicle presence, classify the vehicle, and or trigger the VCAR cameras. After that, we have the DVIS, or Digital Video Audit System, which captures full motion video of each transaction and is used as an audit tool to support the review of any anomalies in the lane. The antennas are used to read the EasyPass tags affixed properly within the vehicle. And lastly, we have the Optical Profile Unifying System, also known as OPUS. This is a laser scanner which is used to obtain a profile of each vehicle to help with classification. In addition, we also have host computers and communication systems that are used to support the collection, storage, and transfer of transactions. Next. With that background in mind, let's explore how the transactions are created and their journey to the EasyPass New York Customer Service Center. The roadside equipment reads the EasyPass tag, takes images of the vehicle's license plate, and provides toll rate information. The system then determines the type of transaction based on whether or not it has a valid EasyPass tag, which was read. The transaction then is sent to the Customer Service Center for processing as either an EasyPass transaction if a valid tag was read, or identified as a tolls by mail if there was no valid tag in the vehicle, and it associates the images for each type of transaction. I would now like to turn it over to Mike Manuni, Assistant Vice President of Tolling Operations.
Thank you, Sergio. The EasyPass New York Service Center, referenced by Sergio, is jointly managed by the 3 New York Region toll collection agencies: MTA Bridges and Tunnels, the New York State Thruway Authority, and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. By agreement among these agencies, this vendor-operated program processes toll transactions and provides account management services for customers. For B&T, the Service Center manages 4.3 million MTA customer EasyPass accounts with 6.8 million active EasyPass transponders, more commonly called tags. The transactions and related vehicle images from the roadside system are placed into batch files for transmission to the Service Center throughout the day. In 2023, an average of 920,000 transactions are received daily from the 9 B&T facilities. For each transaction, the customer's EasyPass tag is read, or a license plate image is used to apply the appropriate toll rate to the customer's account. More than 90% of B&T customers utilize EasyPass as a method of toll payment. To ensure that an EasyPass is read, we encourage customers to ensure their EasyPass tags are properly affixed in their vehicle. Additionally, having a current license plate listed on the EasyPass account, as well as a sufficiently funded account, are the most effective ways for customers to pay their tolls. For customers who choose not to use EasyPass or have an EasyPass account that is not sufficiently funded, the Tolls by Mail program is used for toll billing. Here, again, the license plate is critical to identify the registered vehicle owner to send the toll bill to the proper legal address. Accordingly, customers are required by New York law to maintain a current resident address with the State Department of Motor Vehicles. On screen is a typical Tolls by Mail bill. In this example, the license plate image is blocked for privacy, but is clearly visible on the invoice that the customer will receive. Customers are provided 30 days to pay the toll from the toll bill notice date until the payment due date. Payment is encouraged before late fees and administrative violation fees are applied in subsequent 30-day billing cycles. Customers also have online and mobile options to pay toll bills. They can pay online at the EasyPass New York Tolls by Mail website. Mobile options include enrolling to receive text messages that a toll has been incurred under the Tolls by Mail program and utilizing the Tolls New York app to pay toll bills. As is familiar to many who travel regionally by car, the EasyPass brand is seen and used beyond the New York region. The EasyPass Interagency Group, or IAG, consists of 39 member agencies in 19 states that use the same technology throughout the network of toll roads, bridges, and tunnels in the eastern, midwestern, and southern regions of the United States. The common technology and operating agreements of the EasyPass Interagency Group allow customers the convenience of one tag, one account for toll travel throughout the EasyPass geographic service area. In 2023, MTA customers used their EasyPass tags for approximately 130 million transactions on other states' roadways and crossings. On B&T facilities, EasyPass account holders from other states were 8% of all B&T crossings, or approximately 25 million transactions. Maintaining an EasyPass account in good standing is the most effective way to pay your toll. We recommend to customers the following best practices to keep their accounts updated. Automatic credit card replenishment. Linking an EasyPass account to a credit or debit card or bank account will ensure that the account remains adequately funded to cover payment for tolled crossings. Currently, 80% of customers' accounts replenish in this way. Properly mounted EasyPass tag. This will help ensure that a customer's tag will be accurately read in the tolling zone to allow direct toll charges to the EasyPass account at the best available rate. Failure to appropriately mount the tags in vehicles will result in being charged the mid-tier toll rate. Maintain current license plates on EasyPass accounts. In the rare case that a properly mounted tag is not read, the tolling zone will send an image of the license plate to the service center. If the license plate is associated with an EasyPass account, the toll will be charged to the EasyPass account. If a license plate is not updated on an EasyPass account, the customer will receive a toll bill. Opt-in to mobile alerts. It is highly recommended that EasyPass account holders choose the option to receive text or email notifications of changes to their accounts, including low balance alerts, notification of account replenishments, payment method changes, and program updates. Download the free Tolls NY mobile app. Features of the app allow customers to conveniently see all EasyPass toll charges and keep account information updated. With Tolls NY, customers can replenish their accounts, update contact and vehicle information, request a new tag, as well as report tag as lost or stolen. Update address with the DMV. If we do need to send a customer a toll bill, the on-file DMV address is used to mail a notice. Keeping the address current, which as previously stated is required by New York State law, is important for the vehicle owner to be notified of tolls and make timely payments. Finally, Vanilla Direct for customers who prefer to use cash. Introduced in 2023, Vanilla Direct is a convenient and secure way for customers to pay a toll bill invoice, fees, or add funds to an EasyPass account with cash. The EasyPass New York website lists the locations of participating retailers. Thank you. We hope we have provided insightful information on how a toll transaction is processed and paid by customers.
Thank you, Mike, Sergio, and Nicola. Are there any questions? Commissioner Albert.
Thanks, President Sheridan. After your report, it occurred to me, when our police officers seize a vehicle for beating the toll or obscuring their plate in some way, do we attempt to find out where that piece of equipment was purchased?
The covering on the plate,
Covering or the flipping of the plate like James Bond style, like you were, mentioned earlier?
I believe there's a series of questions that the officer asks the driver. Rich, do you know if that's one of the questions?
Yes, we attempt to obtain the information. Unfortunately, we cannot confiscate those because they do belong to the motorist, but we do try to find out where, and that information is passed along.
And I believe that I heard at a former meeting that Amazon was selling these, but they have been told to stop.
Amazon did agree to not sell them to addresses, ship them to addresses in New York. You are still able to obtain them. There are ways around that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Valdivia.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. So for, those obviously newer to the MTA, open roll tolling was kind of a huge sweeping change for the MTA. And so really appreciate kind of the overview of all of the different systems. I'm interested to know, one, given the open road tolling experience you've had, what are the areas of improvements that you're looking at? Where are the areas where there might be gaps? I mean, obviously you have a lot of different layers of technology, but would love to kind of check in on that in terms of kind of the next phase for you all, whether that's validation. I don't want to speculate, but that's my first question.
Nicola?
I'm actually going to turn that over to Sergio. We are looking to, obviously every 6 to 7 years, we have to maintain and upgrade the system. And so we are looking at different policy changes to help improve how things are processed, how transactions are related to customers' statements and make that more efficient. But from the in-lane or roadside, there are some opportunities that we are taking advantage of. And I'll let Sergio speak to that.
Thank you, Nicola. Midori, essentially, the system is very robust. It has a lot of failovers. The most problematic component with any toll collection system of this type is the in-road sensors, because they require closures to replace, and it takes quite a bit amount of time to do it. Going forward, if we were to move to something more optical-based, as is CBD, that time would be reduced, and there would be no need to go ahead and close for any type of in-lane activity on the road surface.
Okay, thank you. May I ask one other question? So you talk about the Easy Pass system. We've talked about the transponders. That's been around with us for a long time. Is there any sense of what is like the next wave of technology? Not asking you all to commit to anything, obviously, but Easy Pass serves many, many states. Any kind of research or interest in what might be next?
Sergio, do you want to field that one as well, or Mike?
Sure. Thank you, Midori. The Easy Pass is the backbone of the Easy Pass brand, the Easy Pass network. But I think the next newest technology will be smart cars, tolling apps by vehicles, and third-party providers. It's under development. Thank you.
Commissioner Brinkman.
Yes, what is the Violations Processing Center? I assume that has something to do with toll collections?
Are you referring to the Customer Service Center? Okay.
Well, there's something also called the Violations Processing Center.
So
It's part of bridges and tunnels.
our violations are processed within our customer service center in the back office. And so that process in by itself, we can speak to in terms of when the customer receive a violation notice, what happens to it. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Sure. A customer will receive a toll bill, 30, and if it remains unpaid, we'll send out a second toll bill within 30 days. If that remains unpaid, the customer will get a violation notice, okay, which will incur the administrative violation fee, and during, we will pursue them through various means, okay, through persistent toll violators, DMV registration suspension. So our encouragement is for the toll payer to pay their toll prior to it receiving a violation notice, the escalated procedures.
Okay, but we have a special section that just deals with those people.
We do have a hotlines those people can call if their DMV suspended. And of course, we try to encourage and make convenient for people to pay their tolls before they reach the violation status.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, it's an impressive array of participants in the Easy Pass program. It must be like 2/3 of the population of the United States. Those are all big population states for the most part. And that's an impressive array. Now, how many of those states, if any, do not help us with the enforcement of the toll violators? It's my understanding there's many states that do not pass along our legal responsibilities to the operators of the vehicles. And if so, if there still is those, I'm sure there still is some states that don't respond, what's the incentive for somebody that lives in those states to pay any of these tolls other than ultimately getting busted by a B&T officer or some other mechanism to hold their vehicle in some way? How many of those states that are on Easy Pass do not help us enforce the violators?
So we have reciprocity with Massachusetts only. We are currently in conversations with Pennsylvania, and New Jersey has recently passed a law allowing them to enter into reciprocity agreements. So we're hopeful that we will be able to do that as well. Allison, if you want to elaborate.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think I also want to be clear. We actually do have our agreements through the Easy Pass group with all of those states, and so we are constantly sending daily information back and forth related to the vehicles that we're seeing in terms of the valid tags or tolls by mail vehicles. That's important. So in essence, we are cooperating with all of them. They are cooperating with us at different levels. As Kathy said, in order to have the reciprocity, changes are needed legislatively. So in cases where the agencies may want to cooperate, they still need the changes through their own legislation. We were fortunate in New York State to get that legislation some years ago, which has allowed us to have that reciprocity. The last thing I want to say in terms of your question as to why would they pay, vehicle suspensions aren't the only things. We also use collections, and collections works across state boundaries.
Commissioner Albert?
Yes, I noticed on that map that you had up earlier that the big gap was Connecticut. Is Connecticut not doing anything with Easy Pass at this point in time? And with all those commuters that come here from Connecticut, that was a big miss in that map.
Right. I don't. It's not that the customers aren't using Easy Pass. It's that Connecticut doesn't have any tolling facilities.
Correct.
I see. Okay.
Okay. I think we're done with questions. Oh, go ahead.
Can you remind me how cybersecurity works again with all of these systems? Is it through kind of MTA IT? I assume you're having your vendors hold to a certain standard, but a little bit of overview. And if it's too sensitive, I'm happy to take that offline. Thank you.
I think most importantly, we're guided by our legislation that was set up many years ago when Easy Pass was formed, and we take that very seriously. Everything from making sure that the transactions are purely for the purposes of toll collection, and we and our vendors and anybody and everybody in our process who touches it have the tightest cybersecurity possible.
Okay.
Real quick.
Sure.
Not a question, just for next month, can you update us on staffing needs, like for the enforcement, especially as things are going to heat up down the road, and obviously we're making a lot of progress. So can you do like a little a forecast for the future as far as B&T officers, supervisors, things along those lines to ensure that we stay on top of that kind of stuff?
Sure. Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Finally, there are no procurements this month, and this concludes B&T's report.
Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second, any discussion, or we had our questions and answered already? Okay, great. A vote? We have to vote to adjourn. All right, great. Thank you.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the
I'll wait for you.
Good morning, all. Happy Monday. I'd like to call to order the joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee meeting. And first, we'll ask if there's any public comments this morning.
Good morning. We have 8 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Carol Grohl, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. This year, PCAC has been advocating for more fare discounts and deals for Long Island Railroad and Metro North riders. We were thrilled to see the Fares Act in the Senate's One-House budget proposal, which includes 3 key ways to make the commuter railroads more affordable for riders. First, extending the half-fare senior and disability discount to the morning peak, the only time when this crucial discount currently does not apply. Second, expanding fare fares to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North within New York City and improving outreach. Fare fares has helped riders on subways and buses afford the fare, and it's time for that to apply to the commuter railroads within New York City as well. We've asked the city to fund this. Third, creating a weekly city ticket with transfers to subways and buses. Adding a transfer option to subways and buses is a critical step toward a more integrated and affordable transit system where riders can use subways, buses, and the commuter railroads on one city ticket. The OBTA should be used to pay for this, given the purpose of the account is to improve transit outside of Manhattan, not fund toll discounts. We also support the Assembly One House budget proposal to raise the eligibility criteria for fair fares to 200% of the federal poverty level. Fair fares is such an important program for low-income New Yorkers, but the income threshold is currently far too low for so many riders who struggle to pay the fare. Coupled with expansion to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North within New York City, so many more riders would be able to benefit from more frequent, reliable, and affordable transit. We hope to see all of these proposals in the enacted state budget this year. No rider should be priced out of the fastest transit available to them. We need discounts that will make the Long Island Railroad and Metro North accessible to all riders. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Murray Bolden.
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Justin. And good morning to the rest of the Committee Rail Joint Committee meeting. Jason Anthony, the newest member of the Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force. We know that you guys on Wednesday will vote on congestion pricing. Let's keep this very simple and very sweet. This month, I had the pleasure to speak in the New Jersey Transit Corporation board meeting. We was insulted by Kevin Corbett's comments regarding disability. One message I have for you guys: vote with your conscience. I'm not pressuring you guys to either vote yes or no. I repeat, vote with your conscience. But have this in mind. Those commuters with disabilities, the elderly, and low-income riders within the MTA network that depend on you, that you guys vote here and the MTA board to have congestion pricing up and running. But you guys have advocates like myself as a voice for those NIMBYs across the Hudson that don't want to settle once and for all the lawsuit that they have against us. Count on me to have that voice to tell New Jersey Transit to settle the lawsuit once and for all. I'll see you guys in transit.
The next speaker is Murray Bolden, followed by Iris Kelly.
Sammy, it's discriminatory for the trains on Metro North to go through Scarsdale and not sound the horn. Why? It's a quiet zone. If you can have a quiet zone in Scarsdale or a number of other places where the money is rich, you can have the same quiet zone in the Bronx where other people live. There's no reason to sound a train horn at the Botanical Gardens or any other of the Bronx stops. If it can be quiet in Scarsdale and many other places where they got the money to pay for it, then it's uniformity. Treat people the same. The Federal Highway Administration issued their 2023 manual uniform traffic control devices. They removed the warrants. That means they recognize, in the past too, a warrant means you have to have a certain level of service to have something installed. They recognize that every area is different. There's variety. There's not one size fits all. We found that out here. It's time to get rid of the old silos where nobody talked to everybody else and go forward reasonably. You have to try to blow the train horn, toot, is not sounding a 2-second train horn. The conductors know it, the engineers know it, the people know it. Stop insulting people because they don't have any money to get a quiet zone.
The next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Ian Matthews.
The Long Island Railroad has a lot more things to do to make a better report card for themselves. They need to put back where they found things, like the Long Island Railroad's Brooklyn trains go back on track 3 where they really belong, and have it where it's digital signs saying track 6 and 7 showing what trains we need going in and out of Long Island. And then they have our trains going from Huntington going into Atlantic Terminal besides Manhattan trains. They need to go elsewhere too, just like we have equal right to that also. And have more accessibility for each and everything that has to be done. And it can be done right if you do it correctly. Like did in January 2023, you did a perfect job, had everything correct. But then all because Grand Central comes in, you turn it upside down and pull everything away what you did right. It's a shame you being this to everybody else. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Christopher Greif.
All right, good morning there. I'm here to speak about the Metro North and Long River. Half-hourly service during the weekday middays on the Harlem one.
Ian, we're having a hard time hearing you.
My signal's back. It's not working.
Ian, we'll come back to you. We're going to move on to our next speaker, and we'll come back to you at the end. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and I agree with my fellow advocates, as well as mentioning the reduced fare for people traveling in the morning. We need to have the reduced fare price, not pay a lot of money that we're trying to get to our doctor's appointments, work, or wherever we have to go. The other concern that I'm making up here, and this is why I have my background behind me, the congestion pricing is extremely important because we need the funding for accessibilities, not just elevators, ramps, lighting, technology. We need to make sure we up that very much. And the main thing is we need to make sure that all technologies like the alert button to let the crew know that there's an accessible customer. We need to make sure that is fully funded, as well as update our stations to make sure it's easy access to get on and off safely, better signages there as well. I fully support the MTA with the congestion pricing because we need it. In Lower Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, or anywhere is too congested and too much pollution. We need to remind that we need this for a reason, not just for seniors and people with disabilities, but we need it for safety. If we're going to use Accessoride, we need the funding for them as well. And we need the funding for Long Island Railroad and Metro North to make sure more updated trains are running. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning, Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And guys, what did I see in Newsday yesterday? Oh yeah, the Long Island Railroad gave away millions and millions of dollars for baseball fields and things like that. Meanwhile, Floral Park was not fixed. That station is still looking really bad. Hollis needs work. And there's so many other stations like Bethpage, East New York, LIRR that needs work, Long Island City. So why were funds taken to accommodate and build parks and things like that far away from the railroad? Something doesn't add up here, guys. And, I don't know if that was money saved from the third track project or that was just giveaways to keep everyone quiet. Doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, the new schedules, people are not happy with the new schedules. We're getting a lot of complaints. And one of the things that I'm noticing is with the shuttle train breakdowns. We still are getting complaints about shuttle trains breaking down. because you guys are running these old clunkers, these M3s, and they're bound to break down if they don't have proper maintenance and stuff like that. As far as the city ticket, of course, we support that, the weekly discounts, and we've been talking to legislatures all over the state about that. So we need a half-priced, a severely reduced price ticket. I would say like $45 weekly city ticket for the LIRR and for New York City Transit, for Queens residents, and for the Bronx, for Metro North, you need discounts. So again, guys, thank you so much. And as you all know, we do not support congestion pricing at Passengers United. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Polik, followed by Ian Matthews.
Good morning, Rob, and good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So today, I want to talk about UBS Arena. What's going on with UBS Arena, you may be wondering? Well, none of you guys have been reading Newsday in the past week. It's been brought to our attention at Passengers United that we're seeing overcrowding whenever there's an event at UBS Arena. Specifically, the platform at UBS Arena Elmont is completely overcrowded whenever there's an event occurring at the arena. So we are requesting at Passengers United that service returns to the Belmont Station. Now you may be wondering, why do we want service to return back to Belmont Station? Obviously, if you walk from the Elmont Station, it's a 10-minute walk. Who wants to walk 10 minutes or deal with a shuttle bus? So we are requesting that station returns to Belmont, service returns to Belmont Park. And lastly, why in the world are you guys doing work on the Hempstead branch on the weekend of April 20th when there is an NYPD versus FDNY hockey game? Please reconsider this work to be done on the last weekend of April and on the first weekend of May. Thank you very much.
The final speaker is Ian Matthews.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you a bit better now.
Okay, good morning. I'm here to speak about the service on Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. It is getting better for Metro North. However, I still feel like we need half-hourly service during the weekday middays on the Harlem line, as it's still only hourly, resulting in crowding. Now, with the Long Island Railroad, I feel like if you're gonna if you're no longer going to run trains like you did during the March timetable, maybe you should have those trains start at Atlantic Terminal instead so that they can run and carry ridership. That way there isn't too much overcrowding. And also, you should make evenly split the 12-car trains. They're running on empty Grand Central trains while Penn Station trains are more crowded. Grand Central Madison's trains are empty during the off-peak middays, so I would reconsider that. All right. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you very much. Please take note that all key performance metrics reports are in your book for reference. I'd now like to entertain a motion to adopt the minutes for the February Joint Committee meeting. Do I have a motion? Motion. Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? No. So moved. 2024 work plans. Rob, are there any changes to the Long Island Railroad work plan?
No changes to the work plan.
Justin, are there any changes to the Metro North Railroad work plan?
No changes.
Thank you. As Long Island Railroad is in the lead this month, we will first hear the chair report from Rob Bree.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. In looking at our performance numbers for the month of February, we achieved an on-time performance of 96.3%, which was our highest performance since February of 2012 and our second highest performance in recorded history. In looking at both the AM and PM peak periods, we achieved over a 95% on-time performance, and for the weekend, we achieved a 97% on-time performance. These numbers are especially impressive due to the fact that we had a major snowstorm on February 13th, and so all the credit goes to our incredible employees. Looking at ridership numbers for February, we were up almost 22% compared to February of 2023, And year-to-date, we're up over 19% as compared to 2023. And non-commutation ridership continues to be a major driver in our ridership increases, surpassing the same month for 2019 again, this time by 17.1%, our largest mark yet. And speaking of ridership, not only do hockey fans and teams prefer taking the Long Island Railroad, so does the Piano Man. Evidently, Long Island's own Billy Joel prefers to take the Long Island Railroad even over a helicopter to his shows. As he says, it's still a great way to go. I would certainly love to see him on the trains and thank him for being a loyal customer. Part of our information items today in today's committee book is the 2023 annual elevator and escalator report. And I'm happy to say, once again, the Long Island Railroad achieved impressive numbers. Escalators achieved a 96.4% availability and elevators a 99.3% availability. These numbers provide further proof how important accessibility is to the Long Island Railroad. There's been a lot of good news about Grand Central Madison lately. To start, on March 19th, we experienced our highest AM peak ridership to Grand Central Madison based on loadway. We achieved 25,800 customers on that day. In fact, that week, we achieved 2 days, a 60-40 split between Penn Station and Grand Central Madison. So those are great numbers. To further emphasize these numbers, an article in Crane's New York Business on Thursday reported how foot traffic from Long Island zip codes significantly increased in the surrounding area of Grand Central Terminal when compared to the first 6 weeks of 2022 and 2023, increasing by 115% and 35% respectively. This is just yet another example of the impact Grand Central Madison is making. And finally, Trax is coming to Grand Central Madison. The iconic bar will be making its debut later this year to the delight of our customers. This is great news and will only add to the incredible experience as we further progress our efforts to make Grand Central Madison a world-class facility. On Tuesday, Tuesday, March 18th, we celebrated National Transit Employee Appreciation Day. It was an incredible day which afforded me the opportunity to relive my days as a station cleaner. I was fortunate to work with station appearance maintainer Kenneth Ngania and clean up the platforms at Jamaica Station. It felt great to put on the uniform again and go back to work. I especially enjoyed being out in the field with the employees and witnessing all the incredible work they perform. I have to admit, the work did make me feel my age, though. There was also a press event that followed, and I was proud to be accompanied by 3 of our critical behind-the-scenes employees, machinist Gary Savino, track foreman Joe Famulari, and signal inspector Daniel Ribeiro. A significant portion of the work performed at the Long Island Railroad is away from the public eye, but is also essential to the service we provide. I want each and every Long Island Railroad employee to know how much we honor and appreciate their hard work every day of the year. So thank you again. And one of the best ways to show employees how much we appreciate them is by keeping them safe. And so on March 14th, I, along with senior leadership, met with maintenance of equipment and engineering department employees in the Morris Park Locomotive shop. The occasion was Safety Focus Day, a dedicated period of time for managers to engage with employees to learn more about the safety-related issues they experience in the field. I love meeting with our crews, and conversation like these serve to remind our workforce that a commitment to safe practices is vital to their lives and the lives of their coworkers. Our State of Good repair efforts are well underway, which included a major switch replacement program in West Side Yard. Year to date, our engineering forces have replaced 6 switches in this yard already. All of the new switches incorporate an updated design which includes fewer switch components, thereby reducing the chances of switch failures. Renewing these critical switches is one example of what the Long Island Railroad is doing to reduce delays and improve reliability as we build a better railroad. I want to thank the engineering forces for this incredible effort. And in our quest to build a better railroad, St. Albans customers have some positive changes in store. Beginning in April, we'll be conducting Phase 1 of a comprehensive ADA update program at the station, and Phase 2 will begin later this fall. Upon completion, St. Albans customers will enjoy a station elevator for the first time, a reconstructed pedestrian tunnel, new help point, emergency kiosks, enhanced security and communication systems, and upgrades to lighting, parking, sidewalks, staircases, and more. Quite a bit amount of work at St. Albans. As the father of 3 daughters, the importance of Women's History Month really hits home with me, and I was beyond proud to join agency and enterprise leadership at the MTA's Empower Her event and awards on March 20th. And I'd like to thank Haley for being our executive sponsor at the railroad. That day, 4 women of the Long Island Railroad were honored for empowering and helping their colleagues reach their full potential, and they are Carlene Meyerhofer, Nadia Pinheiro, Christina Cosgriff, and Sharda Kaladine. Congratulations to all their honorees. It really was a great event. And I'd ask you to please look at the slides, something that also gives me a sense of pride in recognizing the contributions women have made to the Long Island Railroad is one of our favorite pictures displayed proudly at our headquarters. That is the classic shot you see here of this all-female team of engine service employees reporting for work at Morris Park in 1942, at the height of World War II. I really do love this picture. What an amazing time in our nation's history. All the sacrifices that were made, and yet look at those genuine smiles. It is truly one of my favorite pictures hung at the railroad. It's an amazing picture. And I invite you to come to the headquarters as we're replacing pictures, and they show our history. They're actually really amazing pictures, and I hope you come by to take a look. I'd like to end this month. Look at that handsome fella down there, by the way. I'd like to end this month with a fond farewell and a hearty thank you to outgoing Long Island Railroad Procurement Head Richard Mack. Richard first came to the railroad in 1997 as a senior manager in planning and construction and worked his way up through the organization. In managing Long Island Railroad contracts for 5 capital programs, Rich fostered relationships with many who do business with the MTA, and in the process mentored countless newer employees, which has always been very important to him. Rich, you were always a steady and reassuring presence on top of being great at what you do. So on behalf of everyone at the Long Island Railroad, we wish you nothing but the best in your retirement, with lots of tennis in your future, and good luck remodeling that kitchen. And never lose that sense of humor you have. And that concludes my report, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Richard, and play tennis for all of us. So I won't be on the court anytime soon. I never thought that when I was routinely missing the 321 train out of Penn Station when I was an apprentice electrician at Trax, that I was participating in history. And Billy Joel's wrapping up his residency. Perhaps he can consider Trax as his next stop. Thank you for the report, Rob. Before we take any questions, I meant to do this at the top of the meeting. I just wanted to take an opportunity for the first time on the record to extend a warm welcome to one of our newest board members, Mark Herbst, who joins us after a very distinguished career. Billy Joel will be jealous of all the accomplishments of Mark Herbst. Mark has been a friend and a working partner in many different capacities for well over a decade. My oldest memory is when we were working in the trenches on Superstorm Sandy, helping put the pieces back together after that. So I know he's a foxhole friend, someone who's not afraid to dig in and do hard work and make hard decisions. So I appreciate, and he's a man of God, which we all need more than ever now. So Mark, we welcome you and thank you for coming to join us in service. With that, I'd like to ask if there are any questions for Rob and his report. Midori?
Rob, thank you so much for your report. You did mention the escalator, elevator report, the annual report that you have. So I took a look at it. It's impressive given the amount of, elevators that you have in the system, proportionally more than New York City Transit when it comes to ADA. So really appreciate that. I saw on page 63, though, when you look at the Penn Station elevators, they're underneath target. I think your target's 97%. Some are 86, 85%. If you could just give us a little bit more clarity on kind of what we're doing with that. I recognize that maybe some of these elevators are not elevators you own, and so just wanted to take a look at that. And then I have a follow-up around Grand Central Madison elevator escalator availability as well. Thank you.
Okay. I'll let Paul answer a couple of questions, but I think a lot of what happens in Penn Station is the fact that people in the field actually turn it off for one reason or another, so it takes time to respond to it and get it back running. But Paul, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I think that's the primary driver there. I mean, obviously we maintain a good focus on those elevators, highly used, and escalators. Crews are constantly there working, but certainly the escalators get impacted by the stop buttons primarily.
And so you're saying there's a passenger pushing a stop button, and then somebody has to go and investigate it.
Yes, that's what happens.
And putting that aside, so that's an external factor, you can't really control that. How old are those Penn Station elevators?
I'll have to get back to you on those.
Yeah, that would be
I know
just-
we did renewal recently on a few of them.
Okay,
but I'll have
just
to get
knowing that they're the
specifics.
most used, I think, in your system, it would make sense that they might have to get renewed a little bit more often. I know I'm at Penn Station a lot. On Grand Central Madison, I saw, surprisingly, but I think I had heard this on the first days it opened, so excuse me if I'm wrong, but there were escalators that were taken out of service, and so that really impacted performance to like 51%. What's going on there? Do we feel like that's going to be a long-term issue for us? Are there any issues with the escalators at GCM? Just wanted to check.
I think broadly they're pretty good shape. We did have one out of service for quite some time for awaiting on parts repair. So, obviously, they're big escalators. They take a lot of time to maintain during their monthly maintenance cycle or annual cycle. So
And so-
that's when they go out of service for a period.
And excuse my ignorance around kind of the landscape of Grand Central Madison, but when you're taking out escalators 5 and 6, do passengers have other escalators or elevators that they can go down? And so it's not this, they have to, I mean, the depth of that station is massively impressive, so I wanted to check.
Yeah, there are several alternatives, and of course, we'll reverse direction of escalators, to accommodate passenger flow through that wellway.
There's, I believe it's 4 main caverns of escalators that go down, and within each bank, there's about 4 escalators within them as well. And I think what impacted the numbers for the escalators at Grand Central Madison, when it first opened, there was a heat issue associated with some of the escalators, so we had to work with the contractor to fix those, but I think they're performing rather well. And, obviously when they're maintained, we try to avoid shutting down a whole bank of them. It's kind of, every other one, so to speak. So I think they've been performing rather well.
Any other questions for Rob? Kathy couldn't join us for this morning's meeting, but I'm very glad to ask Justin to deliver the Metro North President's Report.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning. This month I will be giving the President's Report on behalf of President Rinaldi. Chief Transportation Officer Joe Logano will be giving the Operations Report. I am pleased to announce that in February, Metro North achieved its highest OTP in our 41-year history with an impressive 99.3%. This included 2 100% days for the month. We continued this success in March, logging 3 days with 100% on-time performance, including the weekend of March 9th and 10th, despite adverse weather conditions and ongoing infrastructure projects. On the weekend of March 9th, we cut over a major control point for our operation, CP5, where the Hudson and Harlem lines intersect. The project included separating CPs 4, 5, 6, and 106 from the central control at 5.4 and introducing redundancy into the system to prevent single points of failure. By decentralizing control and implementing autonomous operation for each CP, the upgrade aims to enhance system reliability and resilience. Our resiliency work in Garrison is helping to address the increasing challenges posed by tidal and storm surges. We launched a project to elevate 2 tracks north of Garrison Station, dropping over 400 tons of stone using work trains and high rail-equipped dump trucks. Our specialized track surfacing and stabilization process has made significant progress, with an elevation increase of over 12 inches to date. Our goal is to elevate both tracks 18 inches by early April. Although this work is not yet complete, we have already begun to reap the benefits. As you can see in the photo on the right from March 10th, had the track been a foot lower, the water would have been over the running rail and caused us to shut down for at least an hour. However, thanks to this work, there was no interruption of service. This initiative is a testament to our commitment to maintaining safe and reliable service for our customers, despite adverse weather conditions. To update the committee on the Diamond Project in Grand Central Terminal, which began in January, crews have been working tirelessly to complete this project and are on track to be finished next week. We're pleased to report there was minimal disruption to our customers throughout this project, and we sincerely appreciate their patience as we conducted this important infrastructure work. Regarding ridership, reliability and frequency are key factors driving customer satisfaction and contributing to our ridership growth. In February, ridership increased by 15% compared to February 2023. As we transition into April, ridership is rebounding from the seasonal winter lull, with workweek averages consistently exceeding 200,000 daily riders. Notably, we observed significant boosts in numbers during events such as St. Patrick's Day and the Big East basketball tournament. Looking ahead, we will maintain our regular schedule for Good Friday and Easter Sunday. Additionally, the return of baseball season will mark the start of the Yankee Clippers service on April 5th. Furthermore, on Monday, April 8th, we will implement our spring schedule change, details of which were communicated in a memo distributed last week to the committee. On March 11th, Metro-North introduced the latest addition to its 40th anniversary Heritage Wrap Series, honoring Penn Central Railroad. Locomotive 217, featuring a distinctive blue and yellow Penn Central wrap, made its inaugural journey to Grand Central Terminal along the Hudson Line. This addition to our Heritage Wrap Series symbolizes our appreciation for 40 years of dedicated service and pays homage to the contributions of all who have been part of our journey. On Tuesday, March 5th, 22 high school students from the Bronx Design and Construction Academy visited Metro-North as part of New York City's Career Discovery Week. These students are enrolled in high school's career and technical education program, focusing on careers as electricians, HVAC system maintainers, and other technical paths. The day began with students commuting to Grand Central Terminal via Metro-North. They toured the terminal and learned from personnel from the maintenance away and maintenance of equipment departments. Additionally, they visited Metro-North facilities, including the sheet metal electrical shop, boiler room, and M7 railcar equipment. Throughout the visit, students had the opportunity to ask questions and gain insights into potential career paths with the MTA and Metro-North. They also had the privilege of meeting with our chairman and CEO, Jano Lieber. This month, Metro-North spearheaded the confidential close call reporting system C3RS Symposium. Metro-North's leadership was on display as host of the first of its kind symposium. A central objective was to drive discussions on the evolution of C3RS, utilizing Metro-North's implementation and processes as a guiding framework for future initiatives. Over the span of 2 days, the symposium attracted a multitude of transportation entities from across the nation. Attendees included management and labor leaders from Long Island, NJT, Metra, MBTA, SEPTA, Amtrak, and Union Pacific Railroad. Also in attendance were the FRA, Volpe Research Center, NASA, the Shortline Safety Institute, Association of American Railroads, and the Transportation Safety Institute. At its core, the symposium functioned as a dynamic and collaborative hub, facilitating the exchange of insights and best practices among participating railroads. The resounding success of this inaugural symposium has laid the groundwork for its transformation into an annual event. This event once again solidifies Metro-North as a leader in safety for our industry. We also hosted the quarterly Association of American Railroads Northeast Corridor PTC subcommittee meeting. Over 90 representatives were in attendance from various railroads and PTC contractors and suppliers. The meeting centered on PTC safety discussions and potential grant funding for the 2024 Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements CRISI program, along with ongoing challenges with PTC federal mandates. We anticipate improved safety and enhanced operability with NEC transportation operators as a result of this meeting. Metro-North is proud to have hosted these events and looks forward to continuing to lead our industry. March is Women's History Month, and it's important to recognize the incredible women who contribute to the success of our railroad on a daily basis. We are fortunate to have outstanding women represented at every level of Metro-North, from senior leadership positions to all other roles within the organization. Personally, I have the privilege of working directly under the guidance of Metro-North's first female president. Kathy Rinaldi's dedication, expertise, and leadership are invaluable assets to our team, and we celebrate her contributions, especially during this month dedicated to honoring women's achievements in history. And finally, I would like to highlight the retirement of two important leaders from our organization. After more than 2 decades of service to Metro-North, Kirk Fleming retires from his role as Assistant Chief Mechanical Officer, leaving a legacy of dedication and expertise. Throughout his tenure, Kirk has prioritized safety and service reliability, leaving a lasting legacy of commitment to operational excellence. Similarly, Liz McAuliffe, the Director of Talent and Succession Planning, bids farewell after over a decade of service. Her contributions to the development of the Associate Engineers Program have significantly influenced the growth and development of our workforce and fostered a culture of excellence within the organization. As Kirk and Liz embark on this new chapter of retirement, we extend our best wishes for a safe and fulfilling journey ahead. Their legacies will be remembered, and they will be greatly missed. That concludes the presentation, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Justin, for your report. Are there any questions for Justin? Dory?
Justin, thank you. So you talked about the Garrison track raising. Was that planned prior to the storm that we had earlier this year? And then I have a follow-up.
No, that was the result of all the storms that
Okay,
we've seen.
great.
It's a location that always flooded out for us.
Okay, so once you saw that happen, you said, okay, we're going to actually do a project and address it. Was that using operating funds or capital funds?
I'll defer to Mike for funding.
Presently operating funds.
Okay.
And it had flooded out in the past for severe events, but we found in, say, 21, 22 on, the occurrence of it hastened. So, it used to be once every couple of years to 3 or 4 times a year. It had flooded out 4 times since this past December.
Right.
And we had looked at projects to do it, but determined now was the time to do it.
Yeah, and I know the construction and development team is creating kind of a capital climate resiliency plan. That's all in good, but I think that incident shows that, at the end of the day, you're protecting the railroad, so you're going to have to do what you have to do. If you have access to operating funds to fix something, that's great, let's do it. However, we always know that operating funds is scarce, and so trying to think about how to get Metro North and Long Island Railroad the resources you need just in time is something that we might want to think about as these climate disasters happen and there's more push on the operating budget to address those. So that's just something I think I raised a month or two ago, and just thinking about, how from a financial perspective, how does that get categorized? How do we start to understand the operating expense impact of these climate situations? And then how do we kind of say, okay, well, that's kind of a new big line item for the operating budget potentially, or do we find a way to kind of capitalize on, find a way to incorporate in capital projects? I know the coordination is tricky.
We're tracking the cost, certainly.
Okay.
We'll be able to try to get that reimbursed to our operating budget.
Yeah.
And there's other locations throughout the territory where it's similar in nature that will track the cost.
Right, because I don't want you all to wait for ability to put scope in a capital budget, but I know that operating expenses is always scarce for the operating agency, so want to be mindful of that. Okay, thank you so much.
I agree with you. I'm very much eagerly anticipating Eric Wilson's product on the climate report. No, it's okay. I mean, he's already on the spot, I think. So thank you very much, Justin, for the report. And now we will move on to operations report. We'll start with Tom with the Long Island Railroad operations report.
Good morning, everyone. Total on-time performance for the month of February was 96.3%, above goal of 94%, and year-to-date as of February is 95.7%, above goal of 94%. For the month of February, 10 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date as of February, 10 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 10 incidents for the month of February. The most significant event occurred on February 22nd when there were down wires west of East New York Station. This event resulted in 41 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.2%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of January was 136,722 miles, below goal of 150,000 miles. One component, which was a driver in MDBF reduction, were door micro switch units on the M3 fleet. The mechanical department is currently working on a solution. For service delivery, we completed 99.4% of our trips for the month of February, and we completed 99.4% of our trips year to date. For upcoming work that will impact service, on the weekends of April 6th and 7th and April 13th and 14th, crossing renewal work will take place between Ronkonkoma and Greenport. Buses will replace trains between Ronkonkoma and Greenport for approximately 48 hours. On the weekends of April 20th and 21st and April 27th and 28th, bridge maintenance work will take place on Tanner's Pond Road on the Hempstead branch between Floral Park and Hempstead. Buses will replace trains between Floral Park and Hempstead for approximately 48 hours. Please check the website and train time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have any questions for Tom on operations? Thank you again, Tom. And now we'll hear from Joe with the Metro North Operations Report.
Good morning. Operations report begins on page 26. I'm pleased to report that our service delivery rate for February reached an impressive 99.9%. Furthermore, as Justin mentioned, our system-wide on-time performance for the same month exceeded expectations at 99.3%, surpassing our goal of 94%. Additionally, our year-to-date on-time performance stands at an all-time high of 98.8%. In terms of our fleet reliability, the mean distance between failures for January 2024 was over 270,000 miles, above our goal of 200,000 miles. That concludes my remarks unless there's any questions.
Have any questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe. We will now have the Long Island Railroad Safety Report from Lori. Morning.
Sammy?
Oh, hey, Randy.
How you doing?
Randy has a question from the ether.
Sure. I just wanted to be on the record that your wonderful statistics for on-time performance do not include west of Hudson.
So noted. Thank you, Randy. You have the floor, Lori.
Good morning, everyone. We're reporting on our safety performance through the month of January, and that performance report can be found in your book on page 16. Essentially, our statistics remain plateaued. Our reportable customer injury rate is 2.44 per million customers, and our employee lost time injury rate per 200,000 working hours stands at 4.4. Just some highlights for this month. And I just want to acknowledge and amplify what Rob had touched on regarding the focus days. Both Metro North and Long Island have committed to doing these quarterly focus days, and we've been doing them for the last roughly 10 years. So this is our 10-year anniversary of doing these events. And it's really, while safety is infused throughout all of the job briefings, the operating departments have a number of activities that they do to emphasize safety. Focus days is really an opportunity for the entire company to take a step back and reinvigorate and renew and get feedback on the safety and how employees are experiencing safety. So generally for Long Island Railroad, we talk about incidents, we talk about injuries, we look at our seasonal hazards that may be happening and focus on the personal protective equipment and such that are available to employees. We also highlight our confidential close call reporting system and share results and activities from that great labor management partnership meeting. And we also do a focus on observations that we're going to be targeting for the upcoming quarter. I'd also like to compliment Rob for this latest focus day. We've also instituted a call to action for our safety focus days. In this case, call to action on spring housekeeping, as slips, trips, and falls remain a challenging source of injuries for us, and housekeeping plays a role in that. So I'd like to thank Rob for challenging us with adding that element to our safety focus days. I'd also like to invite everyone. We have our customer safety awareness event. This is a quarterly event that we do, and this quarter we're going to be at Grand Central Madison, again with our partners over at Metro North as well as New York City Transit. We're going to be there today from 3 to 6 p.m. in front of the ticket offices between 46th and 47th. Again, another opportunity, just as we want to engage with our employees about how they're experiencing safety, a good opportunity for us to talk to our customers about the very same thing, because obviously that safety is a core value for both Metro North and for Long Island. So with that, I encourage you to stop by, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions for Lori? Thank you very much. Your turn, Shelley. Metro North Safety Report.
Good morning. So Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 30 of the Performance Metrics book. And I wanted to note that Justin described in the President's Report the recent on-time performance achievements and significant infrastructure work recently. And I want to note that Metro North's customer and employee injury rates continue to show improvement over the prior reporting period as well. So for the current 12-month reporting period ending January 2024, the reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.38 to 2.00 per 1 million customers, and reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.14 to 1.93 per 200,000 working hours. And excuse me, I read that incorrectly. It's 1.93 for both rates. So I actually have two topics I want to touch on today as examples of how Metro North works to prevent customer employee injuries. So first, each incident or injury is documented and investigated collaboratively by Metro North Office of System Safety and the operating department. Depending on the incident, the investigation might include interviews, site or equipment inspections, and procedural reviews. Root causes and contributing factors are identified, and corrective actions are identified and documented for follow-up to prevent recurrence. So as yet another step on top of that, system safety looks at recent patterns and trends and meets with the operating departments on a rotating basis bi-weekly to further analyze selected incidents. And so the goal of that is to dig even further into those incidents and consider additional mitigations that might help prevent recurrence. So an operations training participates in those meetings so that the lessons learned can be incorporated into course materials as well. So a couple of examples, pilots of new personal protective equipment and updated job safety analyses are a couple of the additional steps that have come out of those bi-weekly meetings. And the Office of System Safety conducts regular inspections and audits of facilities, stations, and yards, much like Lori was just describing for Long Island Railroad. And we conduct yard and right-of-way cleanups, again, in collaboration with operations. That includes both safety and environmental inspections and audits performed by OSS. So those are only a couple of examples, but they illustrate the close collaboration between operations and safety to enhance safety on an ongoing basis. And now, looking at customer safety, I'm pleased today to announce the results of Metro North's Rail Safety Contest, which is part of the TRAC's Public Safety Education and Outreach Program. So you're going to see a couple of slides to recognize our winners. We had a few are featured in the Customers and Communities section on page 29 of the Performance Metrics book. So this year, students in grades pre-K through 12 were asked to submit their own design for a sticker that can raise awareness and promote safe behaviors at or around trains, railroad grade crossings, and tracks. And I want to thank Long Island Railroad for sharing their idea for this contest concept. This year we had 240 entries, the highest number of entries since the Rail Safety Contest began in 2018. 15 winners were selected in the different age groups, and the winning entries will be used to design, again, into stickers, which we can hand out to promote safety through TRAC's program events at schools, public and community events, and while conducting station and grade crossing outreach. So I want to congratulate all of the winners and thank all of the many students who took the time to share their ideas and to show their commitment for rail safety. So as you know, TRAC stands for Together Railroads and Communities Keeping Safe, and I think this is a great example of the together in that. That concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shelley. I particularly like train your brain, stay off the tracks. So we'll look forward to getting those stickers soon.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Shelley? Is there a file with all the stickers? I'd like to see the rest of the stickers. So,
Yeah, certainly. We can get you all the
Yeah,
artwork. Yeah, I can
that'd
show
be
you
great.
that.
Having none, thank you again, Shelley. We're going to move on to the MTA police report. Chief Muller.
Good morning, everyone. For the month of February 2024, we had a total of 28 major crimes in our MTA system. We had 15 grand larcenies, we had 7 felonies, we had 4 robberies and 2 burglaries. And the other crime categories, we had 0. Of note, of the 15 larcenies that occurred within the system, we still continue to get plagued by unattended property. 11 out of 15 of those robberies, those larcenies were the result of property that wasn't maintained by whomever it was stolen from. So we got to keep on working on that. Very important. Of the 7 felonies, 4 of the felonies were the result of felony assaults on police officers because of our increased enforcement in the system. I will say I'm so proud of the men and women of the MTA PD for this month. They are up 137% in summons issuance and 60% in arrests. So this is an understandable and result of that increased enforcement. And I'm available to answer any questions if you have any.
Blanca?
I'm sorry, Chief. Can you repeat the percentage for arrests? What was that?
We are up 60% in arrests from January to February and 137% in summons issuance.
Thank you.
I just want to, and this is, I just want to take the opportunity, speaking of the the increased percentages of arrests and summonses that, we're only, and Chief, you could speak more to this, we're only a piece of the, criminal justice vertical. And, while you're doing your job, and I think we all join you in applauding, your force for getting out there and making sure, we're paying as close attention as ever to make sure our riders are safe and feel safe. If those who are behaving badly on our system are arrested and then are then continue to allowed, and in many cases we've had discussions. These are, recidivist, troublemakers on the system are just allowed to continue to keep coming back to the system. We're just going to be in the same situation day in and day out. So, but you're doing your part. We appreciate that. But and I think we heard, I think we'll hear more from this, and we've heard it before from Chair Lieber, that we're at the point where, even with all of the efforts going on from the MTA, police, NYPD, we really need a collaborative effort by the whole criminal justice vertical to solve this problem. But you are doing everything in your power, and I think we all know that, and we've heard it, month in and month out with these reports. So, if you'd like to,
I thank you so much for that. We really do appreciate the support of the board on this. You're 100% right.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any more questions for Chief Mueller? Thank you, Chief. Moving on, it's a very special meeting when we have a special presentation from our Chief Accessibility Officer, known as Q. He has his own letter. So,
thank you,
Q, for joining us this month.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone. It's a pleasure to be joining you all today as we celebrate so much happening. Rob, thank you for the presentation on accessibility and all the great work that your team, and of course, Metro North have been working on. My team has been really busy working with the customer service team and both railroads on how do we enhance accessibility. So I'll be talking about some of those enhancements today. With the opening of Grand Central Madison, there was a lot of new initiatives to get more trips on both of our railroads, getting customers moving throughout the region, leveraging our railroads. And one of those initiatives was enhancing accessibility. As you can see here, we are all familiar with the ISAs, the International Symbols for Accessibilities, and how those demarcate an accessible station. As a Metro North and Long Island Railroad rider myself, I know that the map that we had wasn't completely accurate, and I'll be getting into what I mean by that. If I can get this clicker, there we go. So we engaged with both railroads to create a new accessible station iconography or identification throughout the systems. The stations marked with the traditional ISA, that blue sign on the left on your screens here, shows a fully accessible station. That's the traditional ISA. This means that they have step-free access to every platform, tactile warnings, audio-visual information systems, and straightforward accessible path between different platforms. However, we've created a new station category for railroad stations that have step-free access to the platforms, but might not have all the other features of which we are calling a true fully accessible station today. And some of those could include tactile warnings, audio-visual information systems, or a straightforward path intra-platforms. That means that those stations are accessible, but not fully accessible. Someone with a mobility device, let's say, has full access to get on and off the trains and get out, come to those trains, but they may not have all the features that we have in our suite of a fully accessible station today. And we wanted to mark that because it makes a big difference. So much of the work that we're doing on accessibility is really telling the story about belonging. Who belongs at these stations? Who are we working for? And in that effort to enhance accessibility and belonging, we've created this new iconography to showcase that 21 stations that were previously not marked as accessible actually have access. And that's exactly what we've done with these maps. To give an example of what that means, if you look over here, Phillips Manor did not have an ISA, even though that station had an accessible path of travel to both platforms. On the new maps, which are live already, Phillips Manor now has the new icon that we've created, that white ISA, or modified ISA, if you will, to showcase that that station is accessible, though some features of a fully accessible station are missing there. That is very important because we want folks to know that they have access at Phillips Manor and they can get there. However, to get more nuance on what features are missing, or we went to our website to help folks understand what we mean by Phillips Manor not having a traditional standard ISA, but a modified ISA. This is what the new sites look like on our web pages. And as you can see, first on the legend are accessibility, letting you know what features of that station are accessible. So we direct all our customers to our website, to the legends of each station, to learn how that station is accessible, what features are available there, and to map their path of travel throughout the systems. We're really proud of this new enhancements. As I said before, 21 stations are now lit up on the map as accessible, albeit not fully accessible stations, partially accessible. It's in C&D, we call this progressive ADA, where features of the stations are accessible today. With some projects, we enhance that until we get to full accessibility. Super important, and I'm really proud of the work that we did here. Here's an example of that Baldwin station and what you will see on the websites now, including things like the next departing trains that are coming up there. So really a big enhancement to that customer service, new transparency on accessibility at the railroads. I'm really proud of the collaboration working with both teams, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and of course the customer service team. Before I wrap up, I want to give a couple of thanks to a couple of people who were really instrumental in us getting this up and live, including Jennifer Barry, Jacob Butler, Brian Saltz, I'm sorry, there were a lot of people here, Amy Plitt, Doug Newman, Steve Flam, the MTA Digital Service team, my team, Howard Levine, Rachel Cohen, and others who really worked on this. Really a great piece for us to communicate the access that exists in our system today. Even before we go there with capital plans, as you all know, we spend millions of dollars making stations accessible, and we want to tell this good story of stations that are currently partially accessible today before we get there for a capital reconstruction to make those fully accessible in the future.
Terrific. Thank you, Q. It's nice to know that we have these opportunities now for stations that, don't need as massive amounts of improvements to make them fully accessible, and it'll be interesting to see where that fits and making sure we get all that done in the next capital program. Blanca?
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Q, for the presentation. Just a quick question. In addition to the notifications and the changes online, how else do we promote these changes so that people can understand what's going on if you don't necessarily go on to the MTA website?
That's a great question, Commissioner. Thank you so much. So the Long Island Railroad and Metro North does engage with the community. We have quarterly meetings with elected folks in the communities and the advocacy community. We will definitely be reporting this at those meetings, at those next quarterly meetings. We're also talking to the customer team to see how we can promote that in our different platforms as well, digital screens, online, our app, and our social media presence to inform our customers of this new update and to drive more traffic to our website so that they can get information about what's happening in real time and all these changes that are happening throughout the system. I was really pleased to be up at Scarsdale's, Purdy's, and Hartsdale earlier this year celebrating the enhancements of accessibility. Commissioner Olivia, to your point earlier, the railroads are further along. We're almost there in Long Island Railroad, 100% accessibility coming soon. But we definitely want to celebrate all the wins along the way.
Dory?
Q, thank you so much. I'm really excited about this. Wow, you've unlocked 21 stations within the system that, you talk about accessibility a lot. Obviously that's your role, but from an accessibility standpoint for me, I use a stroller and I use Metro North. So I'm just thinking, wow, I'm always calculating kind of where and how to maneuver these stations. So it's really specifically helps me and young families as well. So really appreciate that. What is the incremental budget, to get to full ADA for those stations? Because it didn't seem like there were huge capital investments, maybe other than the tactile signs and obviously like audio, but would love to get a kind of a rough order of magnitude of what it would take to make those stations accessible. It seems like not a super hard reach. So that's also exciting too, because it unlocks opportunity for us to make sure many people can use our system.
Well, thank you for the question, Commissioner. As you can imagine, it is bespoke for each a railroad. They are in different scenarios. But we think that projects like these really get us there closer. And these are the type of nuances that we're looking at to get, through progressive ADA, what is that time frame going to be? Of course, as you can imagine, congestion pricing is impacting our ability to progress on our agenda in this current capital plan. But it is something that we're looking very keenly, very strongly at. As you may remember, Phil Ang was really bullish in getting us to full accessibility, and we're definitely going to pick up that mantle. With congestion pricing, we would have gotten there a lot faster this year, but we're definitely on track to get there in the next capital plan in the Long Island Railroad for sure. Metro North coming soon.
Terrific.
I'll just add on to that. After this current capital program, the Long Island Railroad would have only 7 stations left to make them all accessible. And you just have to keep in mind as well when you're factoring and budgeting your capital program, you're obviously looking to make all the stations accessible, but you also have to look at the stations that currently are accessible because those elevators and escalators are, coming to their time and you have to replace them as well. But for the Long Island Railroad, after this capital program, we'll have 7 left.
Sure. Go ahead.
Commissioner, if I just may, sorry, Chair, my team and the market research team have launched a survey on accessibility at the railroads. So we definitely want to hear from our customers about your experience on accessibility on both of our railroads. If you want to learn more, please reach out to my team at accessibility@mtahq.org, and we'd be happy to share that link with you all. We really want to hear what's missing, what do you like, what do you want to see more of, and really hoping to create that goal with our customers. So please do fill out that survey, engage with us, and let us know what you think.
Great. And Q, if there's anything we do to help get the word out. And train your brain, know your iconography. All right? Thank you so much, Q. Any other questions?
Sam?
Oh, sure, Vinny.
Not really a question. It's kind of an overlapping comment, and one of the speakers put it back in my head. Over the years, I've raised this before. We continue to honor the half-fare ticket for seniors and people with disabilities in the evenings, but we do not in the mornings coming in. And over the years, it's always been explained that the morning rush hour is a much more concentrated rush hour and the trains are incredibly crowded. I'm not sure if things have changed to change that pattern a bit, but I do know that, currently the way our riders can buy tickets through the apps and machines, those tickets are still purchased, those half-fare tickets, and it remains the most challenging thing to explain to seniors and people with disabilities in the morning that their ticket is not valid and needs to be stepped up. And I just always kind of wondered if we can take them home for a discounted ticket, why aren't we taking them in? I never really advocate for anything that would take money out of the system, but I do know that from a fare collection standpoint, it slows things down. We've done so much for our riders in the world of people with disabilities and seniors to make things better and easier for them. And I just wonder if maybe not now, but the next time we discuss fare policies and whatnot, that we take a much harder look, because to this day it still doesn't make sense to me.
And I think there's also, you could add to that conversation, we have, that's one thing we still have capacity, especially, with third track. We have, now all this reverse commuting capacity that, has less crowded, trains that potentially could, help with patterns. So definitely, food for thought. And I know, that was a big recommendation from, the Blue Ribbon, Fair Evasion, panel making it better for, our employees, or just minimizing fare confusion, right? Like minimizing fare confusion to the best extent possible. So duly noted. Thanks, Vinny. Jerry?
Yeah, just to follow up on what Vinny said, I believe there's a legislative component to that. We were up in Albany just this past Wednesday looking to see what we could do about that and a few other fare implementations. And, so it's something we're at the PCAC, the Advisory Council. It's something that we're pushing very hard for, too, because it makes there's no logic to it at all. So I agree 100% with what you're saying.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Any other questions for Q? Thank you. That was terrific and very valuable information. And well, that anything we could do to provide more access, just by something as simple as iconography is a big deal. Now we're running a little short on time, so Rob, can you please take us through any information items for the Long Island Railroad?
As I touched on before, the annual elevator and escalator report is in the book, and also the spring track work programs as well.
Thank you. Justin, any information items for Metro North Railroad?
We have the annual elevator and escalator report in the book.
And all these items are in the book. Agency finance reports and are also for reference in the book. Are there any procurements for the railroads this month? Richard, can you please take us through the procurements?
Sure. Good morning. The Long Island Railroad, on behalf of itself and Metro North Commuter Railroad and New York State Transit, submits to the board for ratification this morning 2 procurements that were previously approved by the Joint Railroad Committee last month in February and approved by the Joint Finance Committee last month, but were not approved by the board meeting for lack of a quorum. As a result of that, we're now seeking ratification of an immediate operating need for the purchase of M7 propulsion system equipment upgrade, overhaul, and bench test equipment for a total contract value of $589,651,000. Along with that, we're seeking ratification of an immediate operating need for the purchase agreement for OEM parts agreements from Mitsubishi Electric Power for parts for New York City Transit, Metro North Commuter Railroad, and Long Island Railroad for HVAC, as well as propulsion system parts. I submit this to the Joint Committee for your approval.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions on these? Are ratifications. These were already moved. We didn't have a quorum to put them forward, but they were already moved by the full board. We're looking for ratification by committee, if I have that correct.
That is correct. Yes.
Any questions on that? I'll move these procurements forward for ratification. Do I have a second? Second by Blanca. All in favor? Any opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Thank you, Richard, and good luck in retirement. Enjoy the tennis. Do we have any other? We have one more.
Good morning, everyone. Metro North, on behalf of itself and the Long Island Railroad, is seeking MTA board approval to award a competitively solicited, negotiated miscellaneous service contract in the estimated aggregate budget of $55 million to provide emergency and scheduled bus services on an as-needed basis for railroad passengers as well as crews between stations throughout the railroad's service territories in the state of New York and Connecticut. These services are used during scheduled emergency track outages as well as service disruptions. Through the RFP process, the selection committee reviewed the proposals in comparison to the selection criteria such as past experience and cost, and recommended award to 13 bus providers, as listed in the staff summary, to service the various regions in the operating territories. The contract period of performance is for 5 years. Services provided at pre-established hourly rates, and employs these qualified bus providers who will support the railroad's various zones in the New York and Connecticut region. Depending on the service needed, these service contracts will be funded by each agency's operating budgets, capital budget, federal funds, and the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Are there any questions?
Any questions? I'll move this. A second? Second by Blanca. All in favor? Any opposed? Abstentions? So moved.
Thank you.
Any other procurements? Thank you very much. That concludes our business for this committee, for the Joint Railroad Committee meeting. I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting. Blanca, second by Midori. Thank you. We'll see you.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems
All right, I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting. Let's get started with our safety announcements.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thanks. Let's move on to our public speakers, please.
Good morning, Chair. We have 18 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Murray Bowden.
My concern is the accessibility. Accessibility is that when we're in emergency situations, and they tell us, no, you can't get it right if it's only a return trip, and that is not right. It can be many times we have an emergency going one way and not knowing things happen, and we have to get ourselves out of a predicament. If we can't help us, there's no way we get out of it ourselves. We really need help. For instance, I was in a place at Long Island for a time, and it ended later than expected. Okay, I'm getting to a land term like that. We need a ride to get home. No, you tell me I can't if you only have a return trip, and that's not right. Things can happen to people at any time of day, whether it's coming or going returns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by John Padula.
Hey, Rich, this for you. Federal Highway Administration just came out with that 2023 Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices. I met the head of the Federal Highway Administration. He spoke at the NMTIC meeting. He thinks like I do. He thinks like my grandchildren do. He's got young kids, and he understands we're not all the same. What they did was to take out the warrants, where everybody has to meet a certain requirement. He said, you guys are smart on a local level. You're all different. You know best. Do it legally, but change it to make it safer. The lines on the road were designed 50 years ago. You have the opportunity to correct them. Where a snowplow goes, people don't make like that. Nobody can drive that way, so why are the lines that way? Also increased when you put all the yellow lines on the left and the white on the right, it'll make it safer for the GPS to find out where they are. Now, it's not well understood. I had a conversation with the Greenberg Planning Commissioner just 2 days ago. He had no idea what this book can do for you. So I request that you set up a meeting with me and staff to discuss what it actually can do to help you, what it can do to save you money and make your buses go faster. They're using road lines that were designed 50 years ago for a different world. You got to have electric buses. You're doing all kinds of wonderful planning. I see people happier than they have been. I have to leave right now. I have a webinar on climate at 2 o'clock, and I want to get back for that. So if you can set up a meeting just to discuss, where does it go from here?
Thank you for your
We don't know.
comments.
Thank you very much. I'm getting out. I'm sorry I can't.
Our next speaker is John Padula, followed by Monicia Bartley. Our first speaker was Monicia Bartley, followed. Okay.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula, and I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also the chair of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Unfortunately, I guess it is a manic Monday of sorts. I have another insufferable tale of woe having to do with broker service and CTG. I had an 8:32 pickup this morning to be here for 9:50. Never mind that the vehicle was 18 minutes late, and then I proceeded to get carted around town for another 90 minutes on top of that. I don't know how a 108-minute trip is comparable to fixed route service. All that aside, what I really love you to hear is how the driver did give me a call 5 minutes before he arrived to say that he was 5 minutes away, and that he was coming and he was in traffic. And I said, "Oh, great." I says, "Listen, I happen to be blind. I use a cane. Please, come to me because I won't be able to see you." He says, "Oh, you canceled trip?" I says, "No." I said, "I'm blind and I use a cane." He hangs up. Dispatcher calls me. So after I explain it to the dispatcher, she just kind of laughs and says, "Okay, I'll take care of it," and whatever. But I'm glad she was amused. Look, I don't know how it's safe. I don't know how it's purposeful if you're blind, if you're a person who uses a wheelchair. If you're in a moving vehicle in New York City and you don't have any meaningful access to the information around you, these drivers have to be able to communicate with us. We have to be able to communicate with them. Something has to be done. Phase 3, we need usable, ethical, on demand, because that's the only way to mitigate some of this. You guys can't handle this volume. CTG has the car power, but they don't have a quality of driver to do the work. So something has to be done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monicia Bartley, followed by Tasha Larabors.
Good morning. My name is Monica Bartley, a member of DIA, Disabled in Action. I'm a regular user of Access-a-Ride, which is my main mode of transportation, and I'm concerned about the reliability of the service. We were conditioned to the 30 minutes wait after your scheduled pickup time, but in recent weeks, this has become 45 minutes to an hour. This impacts our appointments that are not flexible, such as doctor's appointments, attending a Broadway show, and being a guest presenter at a meeting. As a result, some appointments have to be rescheduled when we arrive late. It is difficult for a wheelchair user to enter a function without disturbing the proceedings, and no one wants to be the center of attention. Not to mention the anxiety and frustration we experience wondering if our ride is going to show up. We deserve better. Come on, Access-a-Ride, step up your game. We need a more reliable service. Lost time can never be regained. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tasha Larabors, followed by Vincent Padula.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I work for Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. And I'm once again here to talk about Access-a-Ride. I know oftentimes the MTA speaks of the 79% satisfaction rate. But as an Access-a-Ride user and an advocate for other Access-a-Ride users, something I would love more than anything is if fellow board members would get the opportunity to use the service. Use the service and get a glimpse of drivers yelling at the passengers and kicking them out of the vehicle. Get a glimpse of drivers yelling at a passenger, cursing them out, just because they ask them, can you please drop me off in front of the building instead of, a block away. Get a glimpse of all this behavior in terms of with broker service, because it's sad to say, there's another issue as well with broker service is the language barrier. A lot of people trying to communicate with the drivers, but the drivers don't understand. As I've mentioned in the past, when a driver comes to pick me up, they just show me their phone that has their name, that has my name. I realize, as I said, get a glimpse. Try figuring out, what the problem is, because even though you guys speak of the 79% satisfaction, there's still a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Padula, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Padula, here as a citizen of New York and somebody who has used Access-a-Ride for over 20 years. And I have to say, we really need to fund on demand, because back in the beginning, from 2017 to 2023, I suffered very little discrimination with my guide dog. I already said Access-a-Ride was being petty, wise, pound stupid. Even when I was discriminated against, even when other patrons were forced to get into a vehicle with my service animal, and I was thrown out of the vehicle and forced to be humiliated in the public and pay my way. They still have not documented. And Chris himself, the director, said to me, "Oh, well, it's not our policy. So we'll shame people. Shame on you, Access-a-Ride." Our city is ready to take on migrants, ready to take on strangers, ready to take on, in my estimation, very unsafe individuals. Our city's being invaded, and we spent over $600 million to invite foreigners in who aren't documented. We don't know how safe they are. Our subways needed to be defended. But yet we can't fund a program that worked for the most weakest of our population, the disabled population that had a program that worked. So you break the program that works and you fund programs that you don't know how to even handle. So please, this would be fixed by an on-demand that would work. The broker service handle it, but we don't have drivers that can speak language. So please, when you hear about on-demand, we need to know what the new on-demand will be. Some of us who can use it will offload from the system. We need an on-demand, but properly funded and used. Thank you so much, man. And I'm hoping for a better 2024 actually works out.
Our next speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Monique Johnson.
Hey. Hey, good morning. Good afternoon. Morning, everybody. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highlands. For today's topic, I'm going to speak about safety and crime on our trains and our buses as well. This is a book called Criminal Justice Today I took in 11th grade in high school. And this relates to safety, as I'm going to speak to about today's topic. Bail reform is a big issue that's regarding that's plaguing our system in the relation to our things. I ask our senators and assembly members to please fix our criminal justice laws and have prevent repeat offenders from terrorizing our innocent people as crime is up. So therefore, one more thing I would like to add is my name was not included in the February minutes. If you could correct that, I would appreciate it. Thank you, and may God bless each every one of you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monique Johnson, followed by Robert Weeks.
Hi, I want to talk about the bus, the 45 bus, the 67 bus, and the 41 bus. Over there by Atlanta and Flatbush Avenue, they're not pulling up to the curves. We cannot get on the bus, and then when somebody want to help us to come down so we can be able to get on the buses pull off. They won't even wait till we go down to that little curve to where we could go down safely and come around. No, they pull off, and this been happening for the last 2 months. They need to pull up to the sidewalk so people of whether you disabled or not, should be able to get on the bus properly. That's it.
Our next speaker is Robert Weeks, followed by Yvonne Lee.
Hello everyone, my name is Robert Weeks. I have a problem with the M14. There's two different buses runs on 14th Street. It says there's a 14A and a 14D, or a 14B is in Brooklyn. But my situation is we don't know which one is it, because when it comes up, when they open the door, they're not telling us nothing. And the announcement, they said the operator cannot turn off that announcement, but it do happen. Like, for example, when I'm on 23rd Street, they said this is the M23 to Chelsea pairs. Why the B14 cannot give me that announcement? Because many times I'm trying to go to the water, to the west side, and then the bus takes a left and goes somewhere downtown. Something needs to be done as well. Just like on West 4th Street, the B and D train is not telling us which one it is, but the F&M is doing a good job. Is anything doing about this? We need some action, because we can get to the destination, we can get lost, and we don't know where we are. We need some action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvonne Lee, followed by Jean Ryan.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Lee, and this is a list that I've compiled of the complaints that I've experienced and had over the past year that happened at least 3 times while I was taking transit. First off, I have issues with the Omni reloading, suspension of the travel card. There should also be a cap for express buses, and numerous times the Omni has been out of service. On many occasions with the Metro card machines, it'll display no bills, no coins, or credit card only. Then after waiting, the machine doesn't give you a receipt. You should also be able to transfer from a bus to a train with the paper Metro card and not have to pay a separate fare to continue to your destination. The express bus needs to run more frequently, and I've also seen how the wheelchair lift malfunctions on several occasions. On the subway, there is excess crime, as everyone knows. Something has to be done about the fare jumpers. I've experienced transit workers that have sleeping in booths. The stations need elevators in order to be wheelchair friendly. We have flooding during the rainstorms that needs to be addressed. The subway system has to be cleaned thoroughly and disinfected. And there is too much of the smell in the subways. And now we have the marijuana smells as well. We also have filthy ceilings, flaking tiles, urination, rats, and homeless sleeping on the platforms, and all of this needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning. I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I'm going to talk about this building today. We come here regularly, and when we come to a meeting on either the committee meetings or the board meetings, we never know if we're going to be able to bring our own water up here. Sometimes the cops downstairs make us pour it out and don't allow us to bring it in. Sometimes they do, like today I could bring my water in. We never know. There's no consistent policy, and this has been going on for months. And it should be straightened out with the management company or whoever it is who decides what the cops have to do with us when they search our bags. We're not against having our bags searched, but we're against inconsistent policies of whether we can bring our own water up here or not. It's just ridiculous. On a plane, you get they serve you water or drinks, after you get in the plane. Well, nobody's serving us water here, and we're not asking for it. We're asking to bring our own water up here so that we can drink when we're up here for hours. The other thing is the ADA counter downstairs. The security counter downstairs on the first floor is too high and is not ADA compliant. But there is a low part to the left, and there's a sign directing people with disabilities to go to the left for the times when we have to have our picture taken and get a paper, to come in. So for a meeting or something. Well, that camera that has not been working for years, and I've been asking for it repeatedly, and they never do anything about it. So if you're really concerned about security, get that camera working.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate for disability and dealing with a lot of things that we have to challenge, I am fully supporting the congestion pricing because we need it for accessibility, not just elevators and ramps, better lighting, updating our signages to make sure that signages direct us to the nearest accessible elevator/ramp, LD lighting. We need that as well. And update our bus stops as well as our buses. We need to make very clear that our buses is extremely important to make fully accessible. I agree with the MTA who spoke the other day, 100%, as well as the MTA accessibility. But we need everyone to support this because we need the accessibility. It is too many cars, too many trucks blocking access, and how can we get to our destination? It's hard enough to get off a bus when there's a vehicle in the way. We need to work with MTA and DOT and NYPD to please get the vehicles off the bus stops, including their own vehicles as well. We need to remind them that even in case of a fire and emergency, and that vehicle is blocking the fire hydrant, how are we supposed to get to deal with that fire if that's a real emergency? We have to clear the fire hydrants and bus stops, but we need to support the congestion pricing 1,000,000%. My fellow colleague who's right behind me on this plaque was advocating for it, as well as all other advocates. Please support this congestion pricing 1,000,000%. This is for accessibility, seniors, and veterans. Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning, Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So this month has been a trying month for New York City Transit with all of the crime going on in the subway system. And one thing I don't understand, and this is something I'm going to bring up tomorrow, guys, at the special meeting that we're having. What I want to know is this: why are the subway mezzanines and certain unstaffed areas open overnight? We have rampant drug use going on. We have people shooting up needles at the 7th Avenue, 53rd Street station. We have an open-air drug market going on at 110th Street on the 2 and 3 line. 5th Avenue, we have a homeless encampment going on over there. So again, guys, overnight, certain entrances need to be closed. Certain mezzanines need to be closed. So like this, the police have more areas where they can patrol, and that makes things safer for them. As far as train crews, at night, after the chiefs and everyone are gone, guess what happens? When the train crews need police assistance, it's taking them a long time to get it. So what I'm proposing is that there should be police officers at every other station, and the transit workers should know where these police officers are going to be. So last night we had a stabbing on the J line. A man was stabbed in the back, and earlier this morning we had a stabbing outside the 96th Street subway station. So as I've been saying, you can add police and play games and add the chiefs, but after the police are gone and the chiefs are gone, it's back to regular business in New York City Transit, where drugs rule, crime rules, and the subway system is out of control. It's Fear City all over again. And I'm begging all of you, who's going to be the next victim in the subway system? When are we going to learn to get our system under control?
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Thank you, Lucille. Good morning, Richard, and good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So, what are we going to talk about this month? Well, let's talk about some actual good news beginning next Monday, April 1st. The F line is going to be going back to its regular route, going to 21st Street, Queensbridge, and then going to 63rd Street, and then 57th Street. So that's some excellent news. However, in Queens, we're still antsy about the escalator situation at the Jackson Heights Roosevelt Avenue station. We still have to go up the annoying stairwell, which is I had to go up it a couple weeks ago, and it's not a pleasant experience. Let's just say that. So we still want an answer on when the escalators, the 3 remaining escalators, are going to be done at Jackson Heights Roosevelt Avenue. Another issue that I have particularly on the subway system is Kew Gardens Union Turnpike.
It seems that Kew Gardens Union Turnpike, we're having a situation with our turnstiles at 78th Drive. The situation at 78th Drive is every time I've had to go past the turnstile, how come every time in the past 2 months when I swipe my Metro card, how come I don't hear the beep noise? What's going on? Because I had to jump the turnstile 2 months ago when I already swiped my Metro card. So what I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm going to take a video of it. I'm going to send it to the @NYCT Subway account when I go over there tomorrow. And I'm going to see if it's, still the same problem. And I'll keep you guys posted on Wednesday when I speak at the board meeting regarding congestion pricing. So with that, I conclude my remarks for this month. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by David Kupferberg.
Greetings, everybody. My name's Jesse Figueroa, U.S. Army veteran. I am in full support of congestion pricing, and I am confident that this vote will pass on Wednesday. I'm an advocate myself, and many others who are here, and I'd like to say you guys do a hell of a job. I do the complaints. I go to the MTA app more than I call 511. I've seen every other teenager do subway surfing. I see them, and I report it, and including the vandalism at my home station, 86th Street, about a couple of weeks ago. So I wear this as pride. I support the MTA. I support transit workers. So I wear it with pride. I'm a veteran myself, so I was born in this country, raised and fought for this country. I will die for this country. So I will continue advocating until the day I die. That's all I got. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Jack Nuremberg.
Hi, my name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. In the Queens Bus Network redesign proposed final plan, the MTA wishes to eliminate bus service in the Rockaways via Newport Avenue by cutting back the Q22 from Beach 169th Street to Beach 116th Street and shifting the Q35. The people of the Rockaways fought hard for the existing bus stops in service. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The MTA should prove that there is low demand for bus service via Newport Avenue by doing a comparative valuation and community benefit analysis. This would factor operating costs and ridership. But it would also quantitatively evaluate the people who would have their walking distance increase and decrease, travel times increase and decrease, transfers added and reduced. This would determine the final benefit score. The higher the final benefit score, the greater the net community benefit. This should also be done in tandem with a Title VI analysis. The QM3 may have low ridership now, but this could change when congestion pricing is implemented. Should the QM3 still have low ridership as per the MTA New York City Transit Service Guidelines Manual with documentation, then it could be eliminated. The QM3 may also be saved and could be more productive if it would, instead of Midtown Manhattan, operate to downtown Manhattan, as at the Long Island Railroad Port Washington branch already serves Midtown Manhattan and operates near Northern Boulevard. Rerouting the QM3 to downtown Manhattan would give northeastern Queens additional travel options. We must all work together to have better bus service for Queens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jack Nuremberg, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, the Vice President of Passengers United, and we have some good news about the F train. The 63rd Street branch is finally being reopened in April. That's great, but we did learn something from this whole project, and that is the F train has actually been experiencing better service based on reports that we've been getting on 53rd Street, and that raises the question. Many others have echoed the same question as well. Would the subways be running better if the F and the M were swapped? So the F would be going on 53rd Street and the M would be going on 63rd and Roosevelt Island. So we would actually support this, and here's why we would support this. First of all, the tracks at 36th Street on Queens Boulevard were actually meant for this anyway. There would be no slow zone because the F would be already on the express track. We would have the M coming from the tracks already. So they're already designed for that. So we would have a slow zone eliminated. We would have, and as a result, we would actually have increased trains per hour. And this is actually something that other people have started a petition for. There's a growing movement. Not only would this increase the frequencies along the branch, but also it would expand access to Western Queens from Roosevelt Island. And this might sound like a lot to you all, but in actuality, I really think this is something that I really hope the MTA has been considering and discussing, especially with the restoration of Roosevelt Island service and through service along 63rd Street. So I'm going to echo support for that, and that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. It's terrific to see some new faces around the table. Welcome. You've come aboard at a critical time. A historic vote is planned for Wednesday, which will bring us another step closer to congestion pricing. It's a day we've been waiting for since the law was passed in 2019. Don't let the grumblers get to you. They're the same people who complain loudest if the system starts to decay and reliability declines. Instead, this is an opportunity to look forward to all the ways to invest in riders. That means ensuring that service and frequency continue to improve. We're so glad that our Albany electeds continue to focus on the needs of transit and the millions of riders who rely on it. It means moving forward with the bus redesigns and with pursuing more bus lanes and busways so we finally see speeds on these engines of equities that are faster than a chicken. It means continuing to focus on safety in the system, both the reality and perception for both riders and transit workers. Addressing the needs of the mentally ill through the Scout program with increased supportive services and enforcement abilities should get more people with serious need of help the care they need before they harm themselves or others. Having NYPD leadership ride trains to experience firsthand what strap hangers do may better help direct resources. Collaboration among levels of law enforcement and the MTA will help identify recidivists across boroughs, and ensuring that there are tough consequences for anyone who harms a transit worker, and adding cameras to more quickly catch them will help protect those on who we rely every day. Congestion pricing will help get more people on board, some who may not have ridden since COVID. To them, we say welcome back. The more riders, the better for all of us. The region's future depends on a strong transit system, including all of its Allstars here today. Thank you so much. Making sure all the pieces are in place starts in this room. Thank you.
Our last public speaker is Jason Anthony.
Good morning, Reg. Good morning, Haida. And thank you, Lucille, for introducing me the best for last. Buenos dias. News flash. As of 10:43, we receive good news for our brothers and sisters for the disability community. Our beloved Senator Chuck Schumer announced for the fiscal year 2024 TDHUD operations bill included funds that will make the Classen Avenue station on the G line fully accessible. So this means that one more station on the Crosstown line will be fully accessible under this operations bill. But those who are in the Transit Committee have one thing to do this Wednesday: vote for congestion pricing. We know that a certain person on the other side of the Hudson was a bully to yours truly in his remarks that sounded offensive. But guess what? Yours truly will be a full supporter of congestion pricing. It will continue to do so. But I'm not going to pressure you guys to vote either yes or no. But vote with your conscience. But having in mind, remember those with disabilities, elderly, and low-income folks. I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you to all our public speakers. Before we move on with today's business, I just want to welcome our newest board members, Mira Joshi and Brian Herbst, and welcome back, Sammy. Oh, Brian, Mark. Yeah, I have Brian Herbst. I worked with the Brian Herbst. I'm sorry, Mark. Brian, if you're listening. Anyway, but welcome to you all. Looking forward to making our job here at the MTA that much better. And also to wish Patrick Warren good luck on your next adventure, I should say. Go back to Washington. We're going to miss you, Pat. You were one of the first people that I met here when I started my journey at the MTA back in 2019. But wish you all the best. Wish you the best. All right, Rich, ready?
Yes.
Are there changes to the work plan? Before that, we need a motion to accept the minutes for February 2nd. All those in favor? Against? Thank you. Changes to the work plan?
Yes, the EO plan for 2023 will be presented in April instead of this month, Chair.
Great. Move on with the President's report.
Great. Thank you, Heda, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to our new members as well. And to Pat, let me echo that. Headed off to the NTSB. As you will know, we hope to never see you again.
Christmas parties.
Don't take that personally. No, we will miss him for sure. March has been a busy month in New York City Transit. Today, we will review the month as it was with a special focus on Transit Employee Appreciation Day. We know that transit safety and the safety of our workforce is top of mind right now. And we'll spend some time today talking about what we're doing, also with our partners in law enforcement. Chief Kemper's here as well, who will talk a little bit about all the work that we're doing together to keep our customers and our employees safe. So this past Monday was National Transit Worker Appreciation Day, celebrated all across the country. Every day I am humbled to lead this 47,000-person team and was proud to spend the entire day out in the field with the men and women of New York City Transit. Over the course of the day, I had a chance to visit over a dozen employee facilities, starting at the Michael J. Quill Depot before the sun rose and ending with a pizza dinner at the Consolidated Revenue Facility as the evening shift began. Visiting our team in the field offers a constant reminder of the care, creativity, and commitment of our team. To that end, I'm also proud to announce that we're launching a first-of-its-kind employee innovation competition, the North Star Challenge. We have more to share in this in the months ahead, but I'm excited to see the ideas of the team on how we can improve safety, raise customer satisfaction, and improve our operational efficiencies. I was also able to spend some time out in the field shadowing conductor Courtney Williams on his way around my home line, the 7. Seeing him up close and the job he has been doing for the last 21 years was a reminder at the extraordinary work that our conductors are doing. By the way, their jobs are not in jeopardy because I was barely passable. Demetrius and Frank, however, also stepped into the mix in their team's shoes, with Demetrius donning the yellow vest and working as a station agent out of the booth. Congratulations. And Frank doing some early morning maintenance at Quill. As you can see, we did time him changing this windshield wiper blade.
How long?
Well, let's just say the bus never made it out. No, he did a good job.
Change a diaper quicker
Yeah, he probably can. Now it is a new grandfather. And then, of course, not to be outdone, Chair and CEO Jano Lieber also shadowed several members of our station teams at Grand Central working with our cleaners. And also seeing firsthand what our platform controllers are doing to keep our customers safe and the trains moving on crowded platforms. In particular, on the 7 line, we have an enormous amount of work happening. And as folks know, the 7 line is incredibly busy during the work week. So we all came together ultimately as the MTA family that afternoon for an all-agency press event to celebrate the members of our team who had a chance to work alongside. We also participated in a national video. So this was not just a day that we celebrated, but it was a day across the United States to recognize the amazing work that our transit folks do. And I'm told I have the power to do that, I guess.
Hey, thank you guys for riding the RTC Las Vegas, Nevada. And don't forget to thank your operators.
Viva Las Vegas!
Welcome to Boston.
Hi from San Diego. Barrier Transit. Hello from Baltimore. 90-day transit. Houston. West Philly. Just had enough. Just remember that I'm here to cheer you on. Yeah, I wanna pick you up. I'll let you know that I'm always around.
So thanks to our team members and for every transit worker across the United States for moving our cities and our nation. Appreciating our employees also means keeping them safe. And our frontline workers, station agents, cleaners, bus operators, conductors, for example, perform critical frontline jobs. And none should entail fearing for one's safety. Last Tuesday, Jano and I were up in the Bronx once again for a hearing of Alexander Wright, a recidivist criminal who assaulted our station cleaner, Anthony Nelson, 18 months ago. His case is still working through its way through court, and we have stood by Anthony and his family every step of the way, as we will to the end of the case. The good news is that assaults on our workers are down 26% so far in 2024. However, every incident is one too many. And events like the awful slashing of conductor Alton Scott on the job on the A train in Brooklyn a few weeks ago are unacceptable acts of violence that must be stopped. Frontline workers like conductor Scott deserve to come to work every day and be safe on our job. We will continue to push the criminal justice system, including the district attorneys, to ensure that justice is delivered, particularly for those recidivists who prey upon transit workers. February and March have also seen strong ridership growth, especially on subways and paratransit. On average, subway ridership is consistently above where it was the same time last year, and I'm confident these trends will continue, especially as spring comes and New York City springs alive. One fun fact from February was at the evening rush hour on Valentine's Day, we had the highest ridership hour on the subway since the pandemic. Love was apparently in the air on the subway system. And on Paratransit, you'll hear from Chris a little later on the incredible work being done to raise the bar on performance and satisfaction. Obviously, some of our customers spoke earlier, and as I always say, their daily experience is to be acknowledged, and we want to improve. But I do want to give a special shout out for the consistency of Chris and his team for setting ridership records and customer satisfaction. Last Friday, Demetrius was on scene at Ozone Park and Lefferts Boulevard to unveil new plaques celebrating the community of Little Guyana. Commemorations like this demonstrate the essential role our subway stations serve in communities across New York City, and thrilled that we were able to honor New York's over 140,000 Guyanese Americans on their first day of the Holy Festival. Readers of the Weekend Times should not only have seen two major New York City Transit features in recent weeks, both which demonstrate the team that make faster, cleaner, and safer possible. First, on February 25th, we all learned that weekend service czar, Jose LaSalle's Sunday routine. Unlike me, where I get to sleep in, maybe I go to the gym, probably eat breakfast, he spends his Sundays, as you all know, working hard so that millions of New Yorkers can enjoy the city and get around as seamlessly as possible. We've heard at this very committee about the incredible work Jose and his team has done and the immense progress we've had to deliver better service on the weekends while doing immense capital work. And second, we got some well-deserved love from the New York Times as well on March 1st, a remarkable photographic series showing our two largest subway car overhaul shops at 207 Street Yard and Coney Island, where the magic happens to keep some of our newest cars that are weeks old out there and some cars that are over 50 years old out moving our system. And speaking of subway car overhauls, if you were lucky enough to watch New York One today, you would have seen a well-deserved feature on the person who runs those shops, our trailblazing Vice President of Car Equipment and Chief Mechanical Officer, Sue Coe. Sue is the first woman ever to hold this title in New York in the Department of Subways, where she oversees 13 yards, 2 overhaul shops, and 6,500 subway cars, one of the largest fleets in the world. She has broken barriers during her 37-year career here, and she is currently spearheading major initiatives like bringing the R211s in and the fleet-wide deployment of camera. She embodies faster, cleaner, safer, and can think of no person more deserving, particularly this month as Women's History Month, to acknowledge Sue Coe and the tremendous work she does. Fortunately, she's not here. I think she's repairing some of those old cars herself, which she typically does. And throughout March, we've been celebrating Women's History Month at New York City Transit. Earlier this month, our peers, the Transit Museum, celebrated the trailblazer Marion McAllister, who became the first female train operator in 1973. In the decades since, I'm proud that New York City Transit has changed immeasurably in the 51 years since, with women moving New York in roles up and down this organization, including 2 women presidents and SVP of subways, and women currently serving in numerous senior leadership positions, but we have work to do. Last week, we also celebrated Women's History Month, where our Empowering Women in Transportation ERG group at their annual Empower Her Celebration Awards. I want to congratulate all the New York City Transit honorees on that day. I wanted to devote the last portion of my update this month to discuss safety. It's one of our top priorities, and for me, when I joined New York City Transit now about 2 years ago, I articulated it as job one and priority one for us, and being a core component of our faster, cleaner, and safer plan. Simply put, customers and employees alike must feel safe and must be safe in our system. In every monthly survey that we have had, our subway customers tell us that safety and quality of life concerns are their core drivers of their satisfaction and their potential to ride more. In March, Governor Hochul and Chair Lieber announced a 5-point plan to address these safety concerns, including a focus on mental health outreach, engaging with the criminal justice system to ensure justice is delivered to those who dare prey on our customers and workers, new cameras for subway conductors to keep them safe, additional deployment of uniformed personnel, and supporting the NYPD scaled-up bag checks. We're also doing our part to make improvements to customer and employee safety. On buses, we are, starting today, debuting a pilot program for real-time camera displays. These screens will feed real-time footage from the existing robust network of bus cameras to conspicuously reinforce to passengers as they board that they are, in fact, on camera. By the end of the year, the displays will be piloted on about 100 buses, and we will monitor customer and operator sentiment and safety metrics for potential expansion. For those who want a sneak peek, we have a demonstration bus from Tuskegee downstairs out in front of 2 Broadway with the very first panel installed. In the subway system, I think it's notable that customers say it is literally in every monthly pulse survey that they want to see more uniformed officers in our system. It is no surprise that February 2023, a month with both extremely strong on-time performance and a surge of NYPD, we saw the highest customer satisfaction score at 65%. This is last year. For those reasons, we are grateful to see the governor and the mayor both deploying additional uniformed personnel in the subway, especially our partners at NYPD, who have surged an additional 1,000 cops underground over the last month and a half. I take the system every day, and I've seen a tangible increase in the presence of officers on platforms, trains, and throughout our stations. Their omnipresence is crucial to our customers. One thing I want to talk a little bit about, but I know will be discussed at length at the board meeting on Wednesday, is one part of the governor's 5-point plan, which I am especially excited about, which is the expansion of our scout teams, piloting 2 units to 10. People behaving erratically has been the #1 issue that our customers have told us that on the subway is the most challenging, the thing that they care about and are concerned about the most. A lot of folks who have acute mental health crises happening in our system are not violent, but you don't know. Getting on a train and doing your own risk assessment and seeing a person who might have that kind of acute mental health crisis, you do not know what's happening to them. So getting the scout teams and being able to move folks into the services that they need, which is not jail, but hospitalization, medication, the kinds of services are critically important. We've already seen some success there, and as I said, the board will get a full briefing on Wednesday, but we're excited to see this program continuing. And then lastly, I'd be remiss not to mention this past month, although there have been several high-profile incidents, including the slashing of our conductors I mentioned, and the terrible shooting at Hoyt Schermerhorn. These incidents have a disproportionate impact, I think, on the sense of safety for both our employees and our customers. Gun violence is unconscionable, and something else we need to do is to get guns out of our subway system. But I want to emphasize, and I know Chief Kemper will shortly, we are working tirelessly to improve safety in our system and are working hand in glove with the chief and his team, who we have incredible confidence in, to move our customers and our employees safely every day. So with that, Chair, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich? If not, are we going to move on to Chief Kempler, or are we going to do Q first?
We're actually going to have Chris Pangolinian do a short presentation on Paratransit.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Pangolinian, lead accessoride here at MTA. Great to be back here to talk about our service. So on this presentation, there's a few takeaways I would like to leave with you all here, listed here. First, I'm going to start with a review of what paratransit and accessoride is, because I think that's important to set the stage of where we're going, to talk about who our customers are, our customer satisfaction, but acknowledging also that there are areas of improvement that we need to work on, and then some of the initiatives that we're taking on. And finally, I will conclude with some great news about Omni for accessoride. Oops. Okay, so what is paratransit? So paratransit service, which is what we provide at accessoride, was mandated under the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990, and transit agencies across the United States are required to provide this service. Its original intent back in 1990 was to serve as a, quote, safety net for individuals who, because of their disabilities, are unable to use fixed route service, such as the bus or subway here in New York. And we do this by moving people on paratransit through either our blue and white vans, which we call our dedicated service, as well as through yellow cabs and for-hire vehicles, which is our broker service. And we take reservations over the phone, as well as through our accessoride My MTA app. Now, I mentioned the word safety net earlier, which was what accessoride was started out as. But I think what we've seen that even though we have been able to meet this definition of a safety net and also a shared ride, quote unquote, not a taxi service, as the ADA says, there's a clear need to go above and beyond these minimum requirements. And agencies, including the MTA, are recognizing that these requirements might not be enough for many of our customers who travel more often or who need the reliability, flexibility, and spontaneity in order to live their lives and access all the opportunities that the city has to offer. So before I get into what that evolving mission is, I want to take a quick reflection of where we are today. And so on the left here are the ADA minimum requirements for paratransit, and the yellow there is what we provide. And the ADA covers a number of factors. I show 5 here, including service area, hours and days of service, reservation windows, the fare, and then the big one that all agencies have to make sure they hit is this idea, what is called absence of capacity constraints, which is that when somebody wants to travel on accessoride or paratransit anywhere in the United States, that they are allowed to in reason when they want to. And the way that we measure that, and this is why you see this in your board packet every month, is the idea of on-time performance, provider no-shows, what we call a maximum ride time, as well as the ease of making a reservation for paratransit. So these are some key factors that are very important to our customers, as well as us and our federal regulators. And I am happy to report that in February, we did, even though we made the window tighter than 30 minutes, it's down to 20 minutes now, we are at 92% for the month of February. Our no-shows are a third of our goal, which is fantastic, less than 1 per 1,000. We are about 99% with our max ride time, and our call time, in other words, the average time to answer your call for a reservation is down to 17 seconds, with our goal being 60. So we're very, very fast. And this is also in addition to the My AAR app, when you can book a trip online at your fingertips. So who are our customers? Who rides accessoride? So in our last survey of our customers in the fall, we found that medical trips are the primary purpose for accessoride travel, with 84% using accessoride for some kind of medical trip. They will also, so these are not up to 100% because people, of course, have multiple purposes. The 46%, so about half of our customers also use accessoride for personal errands, perhaps going to church or going to a senior center or something like that. Another 40% for shopping, and then you see work and school rounding out the main purposes for accessoride use. What's also interesting is that if you look at our number of customers and how often they travel, So we have about 175,000 customers registered right now. So if we looked at their trip patterns in the last year, 2023, nearly 40% of our customers actually did not take a ride in 2023. So of the 60% that did take a ride, the vast majority, 79%, average about 2 trips a month, and they account for about 30% of all trips. But we also have on the other end, a very active cohort of customers. Only 7% of our customers, but they take 51% of all accessoride trips. And what I think is really interesting about this is the way that we looked at our customers is that, it's not a monolithic group. It's not one group of accessoride customers. There are people who use it very often and rely on it for daily or weekly medical trips, as well as work or social outings, anything else that somebody would use the subway or bus for. But there's also people, the vast majority of our customers actually, that ride very occasionally. And so what this tells us is that there's actually, different customers with very different needs on accessoride, which would entail different types of solutions to make them satisfied. So what we've seen over the last 4 years since 2020 is our ridership really returning. 2023 almost eclipsed our last high, but 2024 is on pace right now to eclipse the previous high set in 2019. And we're seeing more customers now, and also our existing customers are riding more often. Now, despite the huge increase in ridership, we have been able to maintain a higher level of customer satisfaction. In fact, in February, we hit our next high of 80%, our latest high of 80% customer satisfaction. And a lot of this was due to an increase in on-time performance, an increase in driver helpfulness, as well as an increase in the ability to make phone and online reservations. Now, of course, this is not to say that we're perfect by any means. We still have 20% that are not satisfied and a good number in the red there that are very unsatisfied. And so we must work to convert those into our blue and green categories. So some of the initiatives here that help move the needle here is working with our transportation providers and as well as our call center staff to implement a 20-minute on-time performance window, as well as reduce the provider no-shows to below 0.3% or 3 per 1,000 trips. So I don't know if you remember 2 years ago or even a year ago when we were still coming out of the supply constraints from the pandemic, this was very tough to hit. But now we have been regularly hitting this the last 6 months, and it's really starting to show in the customer satisfaction. We've also made numerous improvements in the online booking experience, as well as I'll show you a couple of other things here that have helped us accommodate a 23% increase in demand. So in terms of our reservations, this on the left here is a graph over the last about 18 months or so of the use of the online booking tool. And it's gone from just under 6% to over 13% now. And so while our scheduled trips have increased by almost 25% in the last year, our planning calls have only increased by 13%. So a lot of people are making their reservations now by the phone, and this has been huge for our customers, as you saw earlier, in improving their customer experience, but also been a cost savings for the MTA as people have been booking trips online. So this one's a little wonky, but I wanted to show you guys because this really gets at the heart of an accessoride user's experience. So these are two graphs, a before and after, and the way that it works is the FTA and the ADA allow transit agencies to negotiate plus or minus 1 hour from when somebody wants to travel. So for example, if someone wants to travel at 9 a.m., transit agencies can offer between 8 to 10 a.m. as a pickup time. So on the left, you'll see about half of our trips were exactly when people want to get picked up, but the other half were plus or minus 1 to 30 minutes before we made this change. Today, over 90% of trips people request are exactly when they want to travel. So this is way above and beyond what was originally envisioned for Paratransit. And I'm really proud of our team at Accessoride for being able to make this happen. And so far, it's working out okay. The fear here is, of course, if you make everybody allow them to travel when they want, you might run out of capacity. But so far, so good with what we're seeing here. This used to be a big point of contention with customers who couldn't get the time that they wanted to travel. And one more I wanted to show here is an increase in efficiency over the last 8 years or so. The blue is our share of blue and white vans, and the yellow is the share of taxis and for-hire vehicles. And a lot of trips have shifted from the blue and white vans to the taxis and for-hire vehicles over the last 8 years, and we're now over 70% on the for-hire vehicles and taxis. And what that has helped do is it's given a lot of our customers prefer that mode, and that they can get a sedan or an SUV to travel in as opposed to a blue and white van. Of course, our blue and white vans will always be available for those who need it or prefer it. And what this has also allowed us to do is increase our cost efficiency. So the black line is our cost per trip in 2023 dollars, and it's actually come down since 2015 from over $70 to just under $60 today per trip. So despite having a growth in ridership, we've actually been able to reduce our cost basis. Now, like I said earlier, this doesn't mean we're perfect. We have a lot of areas that we want to improve on, and as our public speakers have pointed out, some of these areas as well. And so I meet monthly with our advocates and our customers and our Paratransit Advisory Committee, and we, of course, reviewing complaints and other feedback. And so these are some of the areas here that we've cited for improvement this year and ongoing, including driver training and communications, the length of a shared ride trip, adjusting the appointment time drop-off so they're not so early, always improving on-time performance, evolving the e-hail on-demand program, and continuing to improve our online booking. So I'm not going to read this entire slide to you here, but this is essentially our roadmap of where we want to be going over the next 2 years to address numerous areas. And at the bottom there, you'll see the big one, which is the Paratransit software system upgrade. And we're getting that RFP out very soon, hopefully within the next month here. And that program, once we get on the street, get some bids, and then eventually select a new vendor, will be huge, because technology today runs transportation, and technology that we want to upgrade to will help us accomplish a lot of our goals that I just mentioned, including many of these areas here on the slide, such as on-time performance and flexibility. Lastly, I want to conclude by just talking about a big rollout that we've had here in March and continues to roll out. Omni has been available for our fixed route customers for the last several years, offering that convenience of tap and go on the bus and subway. So we rolled out this month with 86 customers on Access-a-Ride the ability to get an Omni ID, as you can see in the top there with their photo. And this Omni ID will combine 3 features of Access-a-Ride into one. So they'll have their Access-a-Ride ID as their Omni card. They'll be able to use their Omni online account for cashless payment in an Access-a-Ride vehicle, so no more using cash to pay the driver. And they can also use their Omni card, if they've made a request for this, for a free fare on the bus and subway if they wanted to use the fixed route system instead of Paratransit. And this is very exciting because it really does make it a lot easier for customers to pay for Access-a-Ride and use the fixed route system. And the reason why we're doing this rollout slower is because we want to be able to identify and address any technical issues before we do a wider rollout. So we'll be evaluating this program with our 86 customers who we've had many meetings with. They're going to give us a lot of feedback on this. We want to make mistakes. We want to find bugs. That's the whole point of this rollout. And as we smooth those out, we will then expand the rollout to more and more customers. So as I leave you here with our vision, I do want to thank the Access-a-Ride team at 3300 Northern Boulevard and out in the field who've been doing a lot of work with our providers on site and as secret shoppers, making sure that our service is at our standard and making recommendations to improve it. Also, our vendors who provide our service, we've been working hard. We ride them very hard, but we do it for a reason, which is to improve our service. And of course, all of our partners here at MTA, including Q and his team at System-Wide Accessibility, for all the input that they've had in our vision and the Omni rollout. And of course, our teams at IT and Procurement and Legal and others here at MTA. Paratransit it touches everyone at MTA, touches a lot of our contractors. And it really takes a full team to make this happen every day in and day out. So very grateful to be part of this team and to achieve what we've achieved so far, but we know we have a long ways to go to continue improving. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for the very extensive presentation. Any questions for Chris? Okay, if not, we move on to Chief Kempler. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's that time. I just looked at the clock. It's 5 to 12. It's like, is it morning or afternoon yet? So whatever you call it, good. Chair Mahalsis, President Davey, and to all members of the board. The transit system has seen an increased deployment since the beginning of February, starting with the infusion of additional uniform officers directed by Mayor Adams and Police Commissioner Caban. Over this past month, we've coordinated with the MTA Police, New York State Police, and National Guard regarding deployment, with the ultimate goal of expanding the security footprint and increasing uniform presence. When it comes to the NYPD, we've maintained the surge of uniform officers into the subway, deploying upwards of 1,000 additional officers each day since the beginning of February. These cops are out there and highly visible, deployed to the turnstiles, on subway platforms, and inside moving trains. This investment of officers continues to pay dividends. For context, at the end of January, we saw a concerning 46.7% increase in overall crime in the subway system. This prompted the city and NYPD leadership to infuse the system with the investment I just mentioned. And by the end of February, we narrowed this increase down to 12.5% year to date. I could say that now that as of today, we've closed this gap even further to a 4.4% increase year to date. Since the surge of additional uniform officers into the subway in the first week of February, overall crime in the transit system is down 14% over the last 7.5-week period. In fact, so far, for the month of March alone, and as of right now, today, overall crime is down 15.5% in March. This is progress, and this is a trend we are working very hard at continuing. That being said, while the statistics indicate that crime is trending downward, we did experience some unfortunate, high-profile incidents that weigh heavily on our riders' minds, and understandably so. Make no mistake about it, we are focused on the task at hand, and we are committed to preventing acts like that from ever happening again. Your cops are out there, working hard and addressing rider concerns around the clock. Public safety is our top priority, and officers are focused on confronting lawlessness head-on. All categories of enforcement are up or at or near historic highs. Year to date, there have been nearly 4,500 arrests made in the subway system. This is a 53.6% increase versus last year. Tab summonses are up 25.7%, with over 45,000 issued so far this year. We've continued our emphasis on confronting fare evasion, with over 31,400 fare evasion contacts so far this year. This is a 10% increase from last year. We've recovered 19 guns, which is more than double the number we've recovered last year to date. And we've made over 430 arrests for other weapons in the system, which is a 71.4% increase. However, a challenge that we continue to face is that of criminal recidivism. For example, let's take a look at a crime that affects most in this room: assaults against MTA employees. Last year, 38 individuals were arrested for 41 complaints of assaults on MTA workers. Those 38 individuals have been arrested a combined total of 1,126 times. The job of moving 4+ million subway riders a day is no easy task. And MTA employees should be able to come to work, carry out that vital mission without being subject to acts of violence. But when these arrests are made, there needs to be consequences. Where is the deterrence without consequences? Where is the justice for our victims? Know this: your cops are also out there working hard and holding those who commit crimes against our riders accountable. But we find ourselves arresting the same people over and over again. We'll call them repeat offenders. Again, let's look at last year as an example. In 2023, NYPD cops made over 13,600 arrests in the subway system. 124 of those individuals were arrested 5 or more times in the subway system last year alone. When looking even further, these 124 people alone, when combined, total over 7,500 arrests in their lifetime. How is this happening? Look, when it comes to discussions about the criminal justice system, the NYPD is always out front and held to account. And we both welcome that and pride ourselves on that. But we must also look to the other stakeholders in the criminal justice system: prosecutors, judges, city and state lawmakers, whose decisions, in large part, determine the outcomes and consequences for every arrest we make. and whose decisions have far-reaching impact on the safety of the subway system. In my tenure as the Chief of Transit, I've come to know many of those who are in this boardroom right now. We've stood shoulder to shoulder at critical scenes. We've had heartfelt conversations about achievements and challenges, and had meetings to discuss how we can provide a better experience for our riders. The relationships built here are so important to our collective goal of delivering riders to their destinations quickly and safely. I've said this many times before in this room. Your transit cops are second to none. They are dedicated to the mission of public safety, subway safety. They've rescued riders who have fallen onto the tracks, given doses of life-saving Narcan to a person in need, confronted those who'd bring disorder into our subways, but also simply said hello to a rider who's on their journey, offering them a sense of comfort and safety. There's a lot of good that has been done over the last few months as we hone in on the issues that weigh on our riders' minds. We've recognized there is still a lot to accomplish, but we are committed to capitalizing on this momentum, addressing crime and quality of life conditions, all with the goal of making every rider feel safe. I welcome our continued partnership, and I'll gladly take any questions or comments anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for that very comprehensive report. And I think everyone in this boardroom agrees with you on all the points that you made. One question I had, NYPD working with Scout, or is that just MTA Police?
So we have our own subway safety plan, and we do have units, if you will, that work alongside our partners, in DHS, DOHMH, very similar work where we go out 7 days a week. Yes.
All right, thank you. Andrew?
Let me start by thanking you, Chief, and all your people for the amazing work that you're doing out there. I've seen more and more officers. But I wanted to ask you, since you brought up the issue of recidivism and how few people are committing such a large number of crimes, can those be looped into one geographic area or one judicial area, for instance? Is it a judge that's letting these folks go, or is it a multitude of issues that's having them released?
That's multiple, and that encompasses, the entire city. And I'd like to say those arrest numbers are just New York City arrests. So I'd venture to say that there's even more arrests when you look at out of New York City and out of state. So to answer your question, that encompasses the entire city. And let me be clear, this isn't just about a individual prosecutor or judges. This is collectively. And I think I've been very vocal on this. And again, I'm here right now. I say this all the time. Where are they? And where are the questions coming their way? And where is the accountability? And let's have an honest conversation.
And I think the camera system that we've got and are still developing has solved so many crimes so fast, even crimes that didn't start in the subway, but the perpetrator ran down in the subway and they caught his image.
So, Andrew, you put a smile on my face when you said that. I love the camera system. I'm a staunch supporter of it. I speak about it all the time. Tremendous value, crime-wise. Preventing crime. As a deterrent, and certainly the value of it. If something does occur, and also we use those cameras not only for crime. We use those cameras if there's a missing child, if there's questions, if we're looking for something. We use that proactively and reactively. So there's so much value, and every day it seems like it's expanding, and I'm excited about the cameras being installed inside the trains.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chief? If not, Chief, thank you, and keep up the great work. You're welcome. We're now going to hear from Q.
Thank you so much, Chairman Halters. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. If you heard me at this morning Railroads Committee, we're going to keep on this theme of the definition of accessibility beyond elevators and ramps. elevators and escalators. We talk a lot about elevators openings and vertical access, but there's so much more that goes into accessibility. Today, I am excited to report on progress on tactile warning strips, those bump yellow tiles placed on the edge of the subway platforms. You may not notice them, but tactile warnings are one of the most important accessibility features to our low vision and blind customers and are a perfect example of universal benefits of accessible design. Those bright yellow warning strips help all of our customers stay safe on the platform, and we're working to get them installed system-wide as quickly and as efficiently as we can. A few years ago, we did a proof of concept where we tested out new materials for tactile warning, including ones that could be installed faster, basically applying them on top of existing platforms where conditions allowed rather than waiting for capital projects to come and rip up the platforms and would require full reconstruction as the only way to install tactile strips. After we tried many new materials, we found some that worked and a method that was comfortable with our infrastructure capital construction team at Subways, short for ICC, to go to work. And they've been full steam ahead on this project ever since. Over the course of the last 2 years, ICC has installed tactile strips at 54 platform edges, leveraging weekend work and other projects to get this safety and accessibility feature in place. We've made big progress with the installation of tactile strips at those platforms and across 25 stations, a project that ICC completed earlier this year and will continue to tackle the remaining work through our capital plan. I want to send a huge thank you to our Subway colleagues for their commitment to this work and for finding innovative ways to do it faster. Thanks to the ICC team that made this happen, including the team here behind me today. I want to call out a couple of folks in the team: Superintendent Michael Paccarella from MS2, Pino Garolino, MS1, Donald Godolfo, Odeli Ennis, Lawrence Conway, maintainers Chris Box, and Josh Bangaroo. Thank you so much for your work. We really do appreciate it. Thank you, Dee. And a huge shout out for Chris. Thank you so much for all the enhancement happening out of Paratransit. The app has been working great. We have a lot of people testing that app, using it. The Greifs love it. There are barometers. And thank you, Chris, for all the enhancements that you mentioned earlier today. Really great work at Paratransit, and thank you so much.
Any questions for Q? None? All right. Well, thank you, Q, and to the hardworking gentlemen and ladies that help you do your job every day. We'll now move on to Rich and our Transit All-Stars.
Transit All-Stars, yes. Before we do that, speaking of apps, we are also pleased to announce that our MTA app, we've launched today a new update to the MTA app. So I encourage you to take a look at that. Live bus tracking has improved, service alerts as well, and then getting push alerts about service changes. So we want to get customer feedback. Welcome to the new app. See, look at that. So please continue to give us feedback. We will continue to make changes and improvements, but we're delighted to see that. Speaking of delighted, we have 11 Transit All-Stars we want to recognize today. I'm going to say maybe hold our applause till the end, and we have a photographer, I hope. I hope. You know, each month, even though this is Transit Worker Appreciation Month, we're looking to acknowledge a number of employees who move our service every day. And I do mean it when I say, and I know Frank and Chris and Demetrius and the senior leadership team, Sarah, are really, you know, have embraced the 47,000 men and women who make us look good every day. So we want to honor a few folks. We're honoring 5 members of the Subway Speed Unit, which stands for Subway Performance Evaluation, Education, and Development. Their mission involves testing train speeds in nearly every track of subways to make sure that we're running as quickly and as safely as we can. So, and then a few other folks as well. So first up, we have Director John Villanueva. John, he actively participates in the CBTC projects and collaborates with various departments within transit regarding investigations and reenactments. We commend John for exemplary leadership. John, give us just a wave. Thank you. Next, we have another member of the Speed Team, Train Service Supervisor Anthony Parlato. During his tenure, he successfully implemented and participated in over 4,000 signal tests and implemented 100 speed increases. What does that mean? If you're on our subway, you're getting there a little faster thanks to him. Train supervisor Fidelis Casado, another original member of the speed team. It's like the Bee Gees or something, or an original member of the Beatles. He brings a wealth of knowledge from his experience in various subway operational units, including service delivery, ops training, and ops support. Service supervisor Shaquana Mills. Since joining in 2022, she has contributed significantly to the Department of Subway's commitment to on-time performance improvements, which has remained on or above 83% since 2002. Train service supervisor Tyrone Bain, our last speed unit all-star, is being honored today for keenly observing the impactful efforts of the unit, from signal recalibration to the education and development of operating personnel. Let's give the speed team a round of applause. Well done. Then we have analyst Max Diamond. I mean, talk about a great last name. As part of Subway's performance analysis unit, he takes pride in the team's efforts to undertake the most significant overhaul of operating speeds in 60 years. He's also a variety of experience within transits and ops planning, and as a conductor, and now in PAU. We also want to introduce bus operator Frederick Burchell from the Queens Village Depot. He is more than a great bus driver. He's the type of person who goes above and beyond for people just because he cares. Recently, he went viral on social media for helping a customer in need on Instagram. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to do it. Sometimes there are snarky posts on social media, mostly about me, which is probably deserving. But our folks go above and beyond, and he was caught doing some amazing things. Frederick, where are you, by the way? Please give us, there you are, in the back. Of course you are. Hiding. Mike Caranara is a bus farebox maintainer since 2016. He seamlessly handles multiple tasks simultaneously, all while setting up his own routine to address farebox defects. As mentioned earlier by a customer, making sure we're addressing those farebox issues and those Omni issues, something we are focused on, but everyone in the depot widely respects him. Celeste, there she is. She's the Director of Administration for the Office of the Senior Vice President of Buses. What does that mean? She actually runs the place, Frank. She makes things happen and gives every task her seamless execution, like getting our operator safety jackets, perfect attendance awards, and exemplary attendance awards. She's embracing our push to continue to acknowledge our employees. Celeste, thank you. She's also got a big smile around the office. So. Bus operator Sergio Henry, out of our Yonkers depot, is known as mild-mannered individual who works well with everyone and takes pride in helping his customers. A recent customer commendation sent to Jano is a testament to that. Where's Sergio? Give us, there you are. You're hiding behind Sammy. And last but not least, Emmanuel Dorselli, an analyst in Paratransit's Finance Administration Unit. He's been instrumental in Paratransit's compliance with our NTD database, for reporting to the FTA, and of course being part of the team that we earlier heard is delivering great service for our customers. Emmanuel, congratulations. Again, you know, Chair and this committee, I appreciate spending a few minutes of this meeting to acknowledge the tremendous folks at New York City Transit. We are honored to have them here today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you all. It's my favorite time of the meeting that we get to congratulate all the hardworking men and women of the MTA. So thank you again for all the great work that you do every day.
And that concludes our my report.
Great. Any other questions? If not, are we ready to go? We're ready to go. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn. Midori, second. Jamie, all those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you very much. We need a photographer so we can take a picture with all the All-Stars. Thank you, everyone.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor.
I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, you know, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, you know, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you know? You don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's
Calling to order the meeting of the Corporate Governance Committee. Mr. Kirsch, do we have public speakers?
We have 3 public speakers.
All right, let's hear from them. Are they going to speak on corporate governance issues? Or?
Good afternoon. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you only have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker is Jack Nuremberg, followed by Maddie Buggy Highland.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, and I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. So tomorrow's the big vote, whether or not to approve congestion pricing. And I know there was a press conference earlier with, I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on the name from and I'm glad a deal was struck with the private bus companies for that exemptions would be up for consideration, considering that many of the people who use these private lines come from areas that the MTA does not cover or covers very sparsely. But on the topic of exemptions, I really think it's important that if there's going to be a toll and it's going to be set for everyone, it must be fair for everyone too. And I think that accountability starts with, of course, everyone on the MTA board as well. And I'm so glad that many of the MTA board members do use public transportation, and that should be strongly encouraged. We do want to see more of that. And, of course, if we do have people in executive management at the MTA who are driving into Manhattan, if this toll is going to be imposed on other people driving into Manhattan, they should follow the same set of rules as well. So I think I'm going to be submitting freedom of information requests. I really want to make sure that no one is, if transit workers are not going to be exempt, neither should those who are able to really actually pay this toll. So accountability starts with all of us here, and it really should be an incentive to take public transportation more, and I really hope that you all set an example for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maddie Buggy Highland, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. For today's topic, I want to speak about several agenda topics today. We need to have the safety committee meet every month. In my hand, this is a book called Criminal Justice Today. A course I took in 11th grade in high school. The safety committee should meet every month to discuss safety as a provision. The second thing I want to speak about is we should, when the public safety announcements made at the MTA board meetings, what we should do in the bylaws is have do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America at every MTA board meeting prior to after the safety announcement made and before the public comment portion begins. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, and our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. So we need a working group of all the advocates that should be meeting with MTA once a month. At these public year meetings, we only get 2 minutes to speak, and a lot of times we don't get to really have that conversation that we need to be having with the departments. So I think, Mr. Chairman, that there should be a working group that meets once a month before the board meeting with MTA officials so that we can work out whatever issues we're having with different divisions or, of transit. Also, when we're coming up to 2 Broadway, this was mentioned earlier today, why is it that we have to empty out our water bottles and that we cannot bring water upstairs? And the only water upstairs on the 20th floor is the water fountain. And a lot of people don't like to use water fountains. So, Mr. Chairman, is it possible that they can get water upstairs so that people can, either that or can we bring our own water? Because the MTA police are not letting us do that. And I don't think that's fair, especially for people with diabetics. Many of us advocates are there all day. And we should be able to bring our lunch so that we can eat our lunch and our meals, especially when they have the board meetings and the all-day committee meetings like we're attending today. Because sometimes we attend them in person. That happens, right? We're all human. So that needs to be improved. Also, when people are coming into the building, they need to speed up the search process. Maybe they should have 2 working lines and they should start early. So people, who have disabilities, they can go first and get in faster. So like this, everything works out. And these are just some of the recommendations. I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, that you will speak to the right people and get that implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments section for the section. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, and thank you to public speakers. Folks, the minutes from the December 18th meeting is in your committee books. Any questions or comments regarding the minutes? In the absence of Mr. Albert, I hear none. May I, in that case, have a motion to approve the Corporate Governance Committee meetings? Motion. Thank you, Ms. Barbas. Second, Ms. Mahaltzis. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The minutes are approved. Mr. Kurz, can you take us through the agenda?
Okay, yes, I can. First on the agenda is the procurement guidelines. Pursuant to Public Authorities Law, Section 2879, this board is required to approve the procurement guidelines on an annual basis. We are not recommending any changes to the procurement guidelines at this time.
Okay. Questions or comments? In that case, may I have a motion? Mr. Chu, thank you. Second, Ms. Lopez, thank you. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The guidelines are approved.
Next on the agenda is the review of the MTA Code of Ethics. Each year, this board and this committee are required to review the MTA Code of Ethics. We are not making any recommended changes at this time. Next on the agenda is a mission statement and performance measurement indicator report. I believe, John, you are going to speak to that report.
Yes. The MTA and its board engage in oversight of agency operating performance throughout the year. The board, through its transit, rail, and bridge tunnel operating committees, closely monitors agency operating performance. Each operating agency reports its most recent performance data in posted monthly reports and in committee books distributed in advance of public MTA operating committee meetings, which are conducted at least 11 times a year. At these public meetings, operating agency results are reviewed and discussed by board members and agency senior staff. In addition, presentations focused on particular areas of performance are made by the agency staff to the board operating committees periodically through the year in accordance with the work plan schedule of each operating committee. The MTA also maintains a public data dashboard at metrics.mta.info for each of the MTA operating agencies, updated at least monthly, summarizing the agency's leading performance measures. Much of this data is also routinely posted to the New York State Open Data Portal. This report compiles the MTA mission statement, stakeholder assessment, and lists the MTA's strategic priorities and associated performance indicators used to evaluate and monitor the attainment of those priorities. The annual 2023 results of these performance indicators are available in Appendix A of the 2023 annual report on the MTA's public data dashboard, again at metrics.mta.info, and on the New York State Open Data Portal.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Any questions? I just want to, we do this for a reason, so that folks will pay attention to our results and whether we're attaining goals. This is a pretty significantly positive year from those standpoints. So I think I urge all of us to spend a little time looking at it, and obviously we strive to make it all available through open data.
Yeah, I would say, again, this 2023 annual report, which came out, it was not, with not as much fanfare as you may expect, details all the things that we did accomplish last year, and it's a pretty impressive set of results. In addition, we'll arrange for those to be.
Before you leave today, you will have copies. I think it's already been provided, but we'll get some more.
Right. It recaps our results in addition to, get a much more detailed set of publicly available data than ever before you find online. And again, I think this hopefully our efforts have superseded whatever was originally intended by the legislation here to provide as much transparency as possible and as many forums as possible to discuss our strategies, which again, my team tries to do a lot to make sure it's out there all the time. And again, these abundance of public meetings allow us to discuss it at your leisure or pleasure.
So I need to accept a motion to approve the 2023 mission statement, measurements, and performance indicators report.
So moved.
So moved. Second, Ms. Barbas. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The report is approved. And again, we're going to recirculate that annual report, which is not the exact same thing, but it's sort of a praesis of it. Lamont, go ahead.
Review of the whistleblower policies next. Each year, this committee and the board are required to review the whistleblower protection policy. The staff is not making any recommended changes at this time. Next on the agenda is policies requiring board approval. We have on the agenda the requirement pursuant to public authority law that this board approves certain policies. There are no policies requiring your approval at this time. And that is the last item on the agenda.
Okay. And actually, I'll take the occasion to mention the board. There is over the decades, there is a proliferation of policies that were written down, some before transformation, that pertain to organizations that are now bureaucratically different, yada yada. And there is actually a process underway, premature to get into all the details, to actually go through every policy that was written down at whatever level of the organization, to reevaluate them and to put them in a order for this modern organization that we're all responsible for. So that's not what we're acting on, but just a point of information to the board. So with all of that, let me ask for a motion to adjourn. Mr. Zuckerman, will you give me a motion? Thank you. And Mr. Jones, who's got a call to make, will second it. I have a motion. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stock room is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stock room itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. You know, roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, you know, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. You know, that little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables, there's all kinds of different vehicles, there's trucks, there's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals, so there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they gotta go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer special.
Good afternoon. Time to call to order the March Capital Program Committee. Ms. King, members of the public signing up to speak?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. We have 5 in total public speakers today, 2 in person, 3 are virtual. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep letting you know that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Hey, Jano. Hey, Jamie. Jason Anthony here from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. It is always good to get updates about CBTC because that's part of what congestion pricing is going to offer us. As a reminder, and I know that board members will have the task to vote on congestion pricing on Wednesday. And like I've been saying all morning, and I'm going to remind you guys, I'm not going to press you guys to either vote yes or no, but vote with your conscience. And I know that Jana's cracking and laughs, but a certain person, in other words, your counterpart, Jana, in the other side of the Hudson, did an offensive comment towards us. And like always, I had to address it. But as a reminder, you guys have me as an advocate to remind them to settle the lawsuit because that's the ultimate goal, to have congestion pricing up and running, not only to have CBTC monetization signals, to have elevators, let's say new stations, to prevent future storms and things of that nature. So that's all for today. I'll see you guys in finance.
Next speaker, Lisa Daglian, followed by Christopher Greif.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. The CBTC update is like looking into the future of a modern subway system. We like what we see, and we want to see more. Of course, we may not even see the next steps on some of the touted projects anytime soon without congestion pricing. For anyone who likes slow, unreliable service, that's good news. For the rest of us, it's another indication that congestion pricing can't come soon enough. The smorgasbord of improvement opportunities for transit, the Long Island Railroad, and Metro North, including the decidedly less sparkly but definitely critical state of good repair work, will disappear like Cinderella's coach at midnight without congestion pricing. There is no plan B for the $15 billion hole that looms large, and none of the naysayers have come up with viable alternatives. The longer the delays, the more the projects will cost when they come to fruition. We joined many of our partners in advocacy last week at the East New York LIRR station to call for station upgrades to be included in the next capital plan. The station's in dire need of investment, from accessibility to connectivity and lighting. We're glad to see Broadway Junction will receive much-needed accessibility improvements, but it's important that East New York is included in the equation. Without congestion pricing, accessibility improvements at so many other stations will be put on hold. We're impressed at the rate of elevator and escalator upgrades around the system lately, and riders with disabilities can't afford delay to full accessibility. So many stations need to be made accessible. Hello, Metz Willets Point. Congestion pricing will transform our transit and region. Without it, we'll see the death spiral of investment delayed and ridership return halted. Let's get it over the finish line this Wednesday and in court this month. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher D. Greif, as an advocate for 30 years, and I definitely agree with my fellow speakers who just spoke. But there's one thing I'm really proud to hear from the U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, putting in funding for a station that is 1,000% seniors and people with disabilities and our veterans at the Classic G train station, which that one was very active also. And I agree with Broadway Junction as well. And Mets Willis Point, let's go Mets, because we definitely need to, not just the Mets there, but the tenants over there as well. And let's get some end parks. One thing we definitely need to work on is supporting congestion prices. As my former colleague, the late Edith Prentice, which you see behind me, is one of the advocates who definitely agree with me about congestion pricing. And we need to continue the legacy to make sure full accessibility is in there, from elevators to ramps, update our lighting, updating our buses, and that's including update our signages. We need to make clear that the congestion pricing is very important for people with disabilities, seniors, and veterans as well. So I'm reminding everyone and to our press, let's don't forget to mention accessibility. That is part of the congestion pricing. Let's not leave us out, disability, seniors, and veterans. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Next speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So I wanted to talk about the 63rd Street track work that's being completed on April 1st. It won't benefit me because I'll have to take the shuttle train this week for early voting in Roosevelt Island. So I get to suffer for 1 week more. But there are concerns from Roosevelt Island residents about water leaks, garbage, and rats over there. So when they do the cleanup on Saturday and Sunday, are they going to mitigate all the dust? They're going to have to do an environmental cleaning of those stations to clean out the cement, the silica dust, and just everything, and also the water that's on the tracks and the rats. So, Mr. Chairman, later on in capital programs, can the capital program person go over this as well? And also, one of the other things that we were concerned about is the F and M train swap. I know this is something that we've been trying to get done because it will make trains go much faster. So the M train should just run to Lex 63rd, Roosevelt Island, and then 21st Street Queensbridge. It's quicker that way than for the F to do it because the F has to switch from the express track onto that track, and then it kind of delays service. This is something that was talked about by several people. I know there's a petition online, so maybe someone from capital programs can get into that. As far as congestion pricing, the reason why we're not supporting congestion pricing is because we lost the Atlantic Ticket Weekly, and there's still no City Ticket Weekly. And our buses are being canceled every day, and the new subway signals are constantly breaking down every day. So it is what it is. All right.
Final speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. For today, originally I was not going to speak today, but on the minutes, my last name is spelled wrong. It should be Hyland, not Higghland. So if you can make that correction, that I'd appreciate. Originally, I was not going to speak today and save that for next month for Autism Awareness Month. But when I heard on the news about this congestion being exempt, I was happy for Megabus and the jitneys, for example. To be exempt for people who want to go to maybe Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., or even Pittsburgh for that matter though. Well, I do agree we need less cars on the road. I do oppose the price of congested pricing as a lawsuit. State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel wanted Judge Brian Martinotti, who was the original judge seeing the case, to be recused, as he has a wife who's a former commissioner for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. That's all I have to say for this month. I'll explain more about accessibility next month during Autism Awareness Month. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King, and thank you to public speakers. Copies of the February Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Changes or comments? I note the presence of Mr. Albert.
I don't know if that's good or not, but on page 6, under procurement actions, there's a spelling of Verrazano is not the up-to-date spelling. It doesn't have the 2 Z's, so you might want to correct that because it's that way in everything else.
That's it? All right. With that very minor correction, may I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Ms. Mahalta. Second, Mr. Jones. All in favor? The minutes are approved. Any changes to the work plan, Mr. Torres-Springer?
No changes to the work plan, Mr. Chair.
Would you deliver your presence report then?
Thank you very much, Chair. Members of the committee, good afternoon. Just as we get into it, we are showing an image of the final stages of direct track fixation, this massive, complicated project on 63rd Street tunnel on our cover here. We'll have more news about that as we bring service back on time on April 1st. March is Women's History Month, and I just want to say I'm continually amazed at the powerful women professionals who lead so much of our work at construction and development. Some of them were honored at the Empowering Women in Transportation event last week, and I want to acknowledge Sean Moore, Alyssa Cobb-Conan, Frederica Cuenca, Angelina Francois, and Robin Hollander, all critical members of the C&D team, but they really stand in for many, many women getting the work done day in and day out to maintain and improve our system, and I'm proud to be associated with them. This past month, we opened our second ADA accessible subway station of the year at Tremont in the Bronx. That makes 5 stations in total when we include the 3 Metro North stations we completed. This was a challenging one that exhibited all of the reasons that it's so challenging to get to our 95% accessibility goal. But we're continuing to work away, and we'll have more stations made fully accessible soon. The target is 14 stations completed for accessibility this year, more than ever before. It's not just important what we're building in the system, but how we build it and how we run our program. This past month, the MTA joined a national movement in making an equity and infrastructure pledge that commits us to further increasing the number, size, and proportion of the historically underutilized businesses working in our capital program, MW and DBEs, as we refer to them. I want to commend my colleague, Lourdes Zapata, who you see at left, who has really hit the ground running as MTA's new Chief Diversity Officer and is working closely with us to innovate in how we contract with MW and DBEs. Lourdes is pictured here along with the chair with Seiko Prasad, whose firm is doing a great job doing the ironwork on our ADA project at the 14th and 6th Avenue Station Complex. Seiko's the first person in his family to own a business, Queens-based business. He's doing great work for us across the system. It was a really inspiring event. Late last week, as was noted, we received some good news thanks to Senator Schumer's report. The new federal appropriations legislation includes $1 million in funding to help us make the Classen Avenue G station accessible as part of Package 5, which we awarded late last year. Of course, in the scheme of our program, we're very grateful to Senator Schumer. In the scheme of our program, we need more federal funding and federal support and continue to aggressively pursue those discretionary grants that have come out of the bipartisan infrastructure law in order to continue to support the work that we need to do in our system. Last week, the New York Building Congress, which is an important civic partner of ours, put out a helpful report identifying the ways we are working better, faster, and cheaper through alternative delivery, thoughtful project scoping, bundling for economies of scale, and working creatively with labor. These are practices that we mention a lot as being core to what we're doing to save money, but it's good to have an independent entity confirm this. And the Building Congress also made a series of recommendations that we're taking on board as we develop the next capital program. So we're grateful for their partnership. Of course, 4 major congestion pricing hearings were held last month. C&D continues to remind the public on these occasions how much is at stake. From the $15 billion, more than 50% of what remains in this capital program that is dependent on congestion pricing. We continue to have the program effectively on hold. There are some minor procurement actions before the committee today and the board this week that are ensuring that we can execute on projects that have already been awarded, but we are not, unfortunately, in a position to put out new procurements and award new contracts until the litigation is resolved. This is a good transition to this month's business unit report on signals and train control, for which 2 major projects are on hold pending the outcome of the litigation. So I'm going to get things rolling. You see here the flashing green signal that is the hallmark of CBTC operation. Let me start with a little refresher, since it's been a little while, on what communications-based train control, or CBTC, is. In our legacy 100-year-old signaling system, each subway line is divided into blocks to keep the trains a safe distance apart from one another. As you see here, the legacy system uses equipment installed along the tracks to detect train movement in each block, which keeps other trains a safe distance away from each other with a considerable buffer. It's a marvel of early 20th century engineering, but it has significant drawbacks. The fixed block system requires too much distance between trains to keep things safe, so trains can't run close together or as fast, which limits service for our riders. The equipment on the tracks also requires a huge amount of maintenance. Now, with CBTC, we can have sensory equipment installed on the trains and on the waysides, instead of exclusively on the tracks. This allows direct communication with the rail control center rather than the towers out there along the lines, so that we have a digital picture of where trains are and how fast they're moving at all times. Now, as you can see in the illustration, the trains can safely run faster and closer together. This is where the benefits come from for our riders. One of the ways this happens is through automated train operation, or ATO. Acceleration out of a station and deceleration into a station are automated and optimized, which leads to a smoother, faster, and safer ride. Here is a short video of ATO in operation on the R train in Queens. I actually had the opportunity, along with some colleagues, to do some signal training a couple of weeks back, simulating this setup for automatic train operation. And you can see, versus the complexity of operating the train in conventional mode versus ATO, just how simple it is for our operators to remain focused on the big problems, the questions of whether there is intrusion on the tracks, if there is equipment malfunctioning, what's going on with passengers within the system. ATO accomplishes all of that and also allows us to achieve that better performance operating throughout the system. All this adds up to major benefits for our customers, including, as you can see here, performance and predictability, which is reliability, speed, and capacity. I'll remind you the 2 lines that are CBTC equipped in our system are the Flushing 7 line and the Canarsie L line. They show vast improvements in these measures. As you can see, 8 to 14% increase in train speeds, and on the 7, a 23% jump in on-time performance. These signal systems are performing very well, and you'll see in a moment, and it's certainly not true that the CBTC signal systems are breaking down on a more regular basis. These 2 lines are highly reliable, better than the other lines in the system. And as you'll see on the lines where we have CBTC in operation, including Queens Boulevard Line West, we've achieved, as Gregoire will show, an 80% reduction in issues in getting that system working. So in fact, the new signal system is working very well and very effectively. Another reason that we're investing in CBTC, why it's so important, remember, 83% of our capital program is work on our core infrastructure. Resignaling is a state of good repair initiative. We're replacing aging equipment and updating technology that is increasingly difficult to maintain. Gregoire is going to talk about that more in a moment. But I also wanted to note where we are on progress. It explains why we're prioritizing resignalization across the system. You can see 52 miles from the 7 and L installed will be eclipsed by what's currently in the works. 122 miles worth of the train system in construction, plus an additional 59 miles represented by the Fulton AC line and the 6th Avenue BD F&M projects. Those are the 2 projects that are currently on hold due to congestion pricing. Once these 7 lines represented in yellow are complete, we will have completed in a short period of time more than 3.5 times what was completed in the last 25 years. So we're making a lot of progress on this high priority project. I also wanted to remind the board that we came here in late 2022 with the news that we'd done a strategic review under the leadership of the then new business unit leader, Grégoire Soulmont, who joins us with an enormous amount of industry expertise and a real focus on innovation in delivery. In a minute, Grégoire will show you how we're putting our 3-part plan into place using design build through procurement, streamlining and advancing the technology in the scope, in the work itself, and integrating operations between C&D and the Department of Subways. All of this is coming to fruition in the first project we awarded under this new approach, which is CBTC on the Crosstown line, the G line, in Brooklyn and Queens. But I would note that that doesn't mean that the lessons from this review aren't being applied to projects that were already in construction prior to the completion of that strategic framework. In fact, one big lesson that we've learned is to be cautious and hold our contractors fully accountable before we cut over new signal systems. In many cases, cutting over, switching over from the old system to the new system is not reversible, although we're doing something to remedy that as well. So our integrated signals team between C&D and New York City Transit is ensuring that we're 100% ready to switch over before we pull the trigger to avoid service disruption. As you'll see, this means that some legacy projects will experience some delays in getting to the substantial completion milestone. They are experiencing those delays. But the work is getting done, and we're consciously making these decisions to get the projects implemented properly with minimal disruption. With that, let me turn it over to Grégoire Soulmont, our Senior Vice President for Signals.
Good afternoon. I'm Grégoire Soulmont, the business lead for Signal and Train Control. I would like to take a moment to explain a little bit more how CBTC works. So first, the train established its position here by reading 2 yellow transponders. It's a small box you see installed on the track bed. Then the train reports its position to a wayside equipment called zone controller. This is the blue arrow. The zone controller, from the information it gathers from the trains and the wayside signaling, establish a safe movement authority for each train under its responsibility. The zone controller sends the trains this movement authority, or miles. This is represented in green. Finally, the onboard equipment ensures that the train remains within the speed envelope, guaranteeing that the train shall stop when it reaches the end of its mile. This process is continuous, so the mile is dynamically extended when the train ahead moves. It relies on continuous communications, hence the name Communication-Based Train Control, or CBTC. Under automatic train operation, ATO mentioned earlier, the train is automatically driven at the fastest, safest, and most comfortable speed profile. Also, this process is fail-safe under any complex possible configurations that you could imagine. But ultimately, we are not guessing with safety. If something is not working as anticipated, miles will not be provided and the train will not move. The point here is that our challenge is to put in place a perfect clockwork 24/7 to ensure service without interruption. With that understanding in mind of what CBTC is, let me now turn to status update on the various projects we have in the works. I will start from the older project awarded before the creation of C&D. As you will see, all the projects are advancing, but they are facing challenges that we are addressing. CBTC has been in full operation on QBL West, the E, F, M and R lines in Queens since 2022. We have put in place with Siemens a detailed plan to meet all the objectives of the contract by end of 2024. This includes the reliability, availability, and maintainability objective, as well as outstanding features. We are progressing this plan. For instance, ATO, automatic train operation, has been put in service early March. As discussed, that's an incredibly important step. But while the performance has improved dramatically over the past year, we still see too many software flaws. And so we are continuing to hold them accountable for delivering the availability we need. We also made advancements on the Culver line. The track work that delayed the project in years past is now progressing well, and it should be completed in May. We have also put one section on the line in CBTC service. However, we were not confident in the work that the contractor had undertaken to prepare the rest of the line for the CBTC cutover. As a result, the in-service of the other sections has been delayed to make sure that the cutover will be successful with no impact on operation. This is a lesson learned from QBL West. 8th Avenue equips the A, C, and E lines in Manhattan. The track work is complete. Similarly, the contractor was not well prepared for the first in-service of the first interlocking. This is a very complex in-service that could potentially put at risk the operation at a critical node in Manhattan. Again, we were not going to risk service, and so we had to postpone it. The contractor has addressed our concern, and the in-service sequence should start in June. There remains some uncertainty related to the delivery of the R211 that will serve the 8th Avenue line. On the newer project, CBTC project, we have been able to apply the lesson learned to set them up for success, and we are pleased with the progress so far. QBL East is on track. While the signaling and the CBTC work is moving forward, the special track work associated with the contract is being performed successfully. This project includes new contractors for MTA, and while it has required additional management and investment from MTA, their progress is promising. Crosstown is our first design-build CBTC project and is progressing too. The Crosstown project is the first CBTC contract to be awarded under our new train control strategy. We have changed our procurement approach from design-bid-build to a design-build contract. We have also included in the procurement long-term maintenance and support and minimize the amount on non-signal scope. We are working to simplify the system with the suppliers, giving the suppliers the ability to propose alternative solutions while reducing the amount of wayside equipment. We are also starting the deployment of a new state-of-the-art radio for the CBTC. The fieldwork has started and will be ramping up this summer. We are focused on getting the most complicated and disruptive track and switch work finished quickly and efficiently. This will require longer-term outage this summer, including a 6-week stretch in which much of the northern section of the G line will be shut down. We have been coordinating closely with the local community through our government and community relation partner to make sure that riders know this outage is coming and that they will have a robust set of shuttle buses to replace services.
Gregor, if I may just interrupt, I actually have a bit of news on the G train outage, which is that we've been, as the board members will recall, we've been working closely with Bolden, which is formerly known as Transit Wireless, on the agreement that will enable us to get cell service into the over 500 tunnels throughout the system. They've been standing that up and getting design done and getting the initial work done. They've been able to sort out with our team how we actually, during these shutdowns this summer of these segments on the G, they'll be able to pull their cable, their fiber cable and their coaxial cable that serves as the antenna for the cell service. So that's in the direction of enabling cell service on the G line, the crosstown line. It won't be up and running immediately after we come back because the next step is they have to get the cell carriers, Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, on board and enable the system. But this is a great opportunity. We've taken advantage of the opportunity of this closure to get this cable in so that we don't need outages in the future in order to enable cell service on the G.
Yeah,
Mr. Johnson.
that's great news. Are we going to, on top of that, give real-time information to passengers sitting for the first time once these cell services are done?
It's certainly, there's a component of that work that is public cell service, and it also, we get strands of fiber that allow us to use for our data systems, and so yes, it will improve the data awareness, data transmission throughout the system.
And also inform people, you're sitting in a train, it's not moving, what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, having both on their phones because they'll have a cell signal, and then also we're in the midst of improving the PA system and the technology that supports it. This is all part of that. So yes, it does do that. Go ahead, Gregor.
Okay. On the CBTC project, we are very often replacing original equipment from the early 20th century. Addressing the state of good repair of the signaling system is a very serious matter, and we are very concerned by the congestion pricing situation. Two major projects, Fulton and 6th Avenue, 63rd Street, could have been awarded by now. It is also critical to prepare the future, and we are eager to contract the equipment of the work trains with CBTC to further reduce the wayside equipment and provide more flexibility, not less, which is what is going to happen if we do not do so quickly. I talked earlier about perfect clockwork. In an interlocking, signal, track, and trains are together like a 400 tons clockwork. It is critical to progress the CBTC project to ensure that those 400-ton clockworks are perfect and safe. In the case of Fulton, there is urgency. The signaling equipment is more than 90 years old. This graph represents the average age of interlocking system-wide. With the increasing pace of CBTC deployment, we are finally in a position to bend the curve, which is our ultimate goal. As you can see, the impact of the congestion pricing situation is extremely serious. An average of 30 years old is not a good number at all. It means that we have a lot of interlockings that are older than 50 years, which is the definition of safe state of good repair. Furthermore, the unavoidable acceleration of the technology replacement, and with the disappearance of the legacy know-how, if we do not dramatically reduce the average age of the train control system, we will leave to the next generation a situation that it will not be possible to manage. We absolutely need to steadily bend this curve. There is only one way to eat an elephant, a bit at a time. We have a lot to chew. We must keep the pace. Finally, we are indeed preparing the next capital program. With this mindset, also taking in account other factors listed on the slide, such as ridership and equity.
Thanks, and I'll just, I think you were done, Gregor. I'll just note on this last slide, there's as the board knows, we have a new planning division at C&D that's done all the work on the 20-year needs assessment. that group, along with the experts in the signals unit, are working very closely together on thinking through this targeting. And certainly the age of our interlockings and our signals is an important driver as we select what the next set of CBTC projects is. But so are these other factors. You know, where do we have major performance issues? Where are the riders most in need of reliable performance? Where do we have capacity issues? So as we look at that 70% of the system that needs to be resignaled over time, we're using a variety of factors to make those decisions. It's a, what do the colors mean? Is that, I admit it's kind of a complicated diagram. The takeaway is 70% of the lines of the system are not resignaled. You've got some shades which represent that we've got portions of the line resignaled, and we get benefits from resignaling portions of the line.
I this is a point that needs to be made again and again, because I think the world, in New York especially, has been slightly misled. In many cases, achieving the benefit of modern signaling can be done without resignaling an entire line. So you're focusing on the choke points and the elements of the system where capacity and throughput are constrained by the old-fashioned signal system is part of the new approach that Jamie and Gregoire have brought to this issue. So if you have, and what it does is it focuses you to a great extent on not just the choke points, like the one in J Street, which is part of the AC resignaling that was planned and now has been delayed as a result of the congestion pricing litigation. But it tends to focus you on, in particular, areas of the system that are really old, including those on the 6th Avenue line at the center in Manhattan, where the investment needs to be made, or you're basically continuing to have a system which can move at its ends or even at the middle, but when it comes to the center is constantly blocked and overloaded. So those are, it's just all of us are learning to think about this in a more strategic and more focused way, and that's what Jamie and his team have done.
Actually, with our real-time communication system here is pointing out to me, it's just denoting the colors of the trains that are running on the line. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. I thought it was a more sophisticated map.
I thought you were going to ask. I thought you were going to ask about the 3 shades of blue in the pie chart, but here we go.
Clearly, you've spared Andrew Albert the intervention that he was about to make.
So just to, I assume the system sounds great. What happens under stress? Power outages, fire, water damage, a major incident in the subways?
Yeah, great
How
question.
does this system mesh with that?
So today, for instance, for the automatic train supervision, we have a full, an entire backup RCC. So there is the RCC and the backup RCC. So we are ready for major events. The idea to do things similar for the signaling system becomes possible with electronic version. So, for instance, you could imagine to have the zone controller in the redundancy in different locations. So we see an opportunity to improve the resiliency of the system.
So, Jana, were you just saying that while you can have CBTC on Queens Boulevard East and Culver, if you don't have 6th Avenue, it helps the areas in the outer parts of the line? Because once those trains run more frequently and catch up to the middle, you're delayed.
Yeah, I mean, but there are choke points in the interlockings on Culver.
Right.
There were mega choke points on Queens Boulevard as well, Andrew. So all I was saying is that this approach, which has focused on the segments that are actually interfering with increasing throughput and capacity and reliability, has yielded an approach where we're not trying to resignal an entire line from the Bronx to the end in Queens.
just if I may just restate the point, it actually cuts both ways. We get the benefits of CBTC even if we're able to get a portion of the line resignaled, but we can't realize all of the benefits of CBTC until we have the entirety of the line resignaled, which is why the Fulton line and the 6th Avenue line being in jeopardy is really tragic.
Just so
I don't
you know,
Gregoire,
Jamie.
if there's anything you want to add to that.
Jamie, just so you're aware of it, on page 19, there's a map of that, and it shows Fulton Avenue instead of Fulton Street.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's another reason we need congestion pricing.
It's a Andrew Albert corrections on that are a drinking game at the MTA board.
You want to hear from Mr. Brown before
No,
the
I
IEC?
think Mr. Brown and then Midori Valdivia. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's nothing I want to say to distract you from driving this thing through to the finish line because it's such a critical element for all aspects of MTA strategy. However, I want to know what's missing here. I've been looking for that ultra wideband to how to know how this here dovetails into the system or whether it's been permanently set aside and sort of a ash can of history. But I mean, where and why are we still playing with that? Is there a piece for it here?
You want me to answer? Yeah, so I think all the work that has been done on ultra-wideband and the innovation is extremely valuable for us. We plan to introduce new technology with the work train. We believe that the work train is an excellent opportunity to introduce a technology rather than an operating line. So, unfortunately, because of congestion pricing, I will not tell more today.
No, it's true. Actually, let me just add to that because Gregoire mentioned it earlier, but I'm not sure. So we have work trains running throughout our system. They are not equipped with this new CBTC technology. So you can imagine that one of the big advantages of CBTC is it allows us to remove that conventional equipment on the tracks and on the wayside. And it's amazing how much maintenance work New York City Transit has to do on that equipment. Even once we've enabled CBTC, we can't take the equipment out because the work trains need that equipment to run in conventional mode. So we have a project, we have $250 million in our capital program that is funded by congestion pricing to equip the work trains. And part of it, as Gregoire said, is it's the building on the use of the ultra-wideband technology investigation.
Right. The way it works is not all that different than the PTC on the commuter rails. And so it's moving blocks or, and it should make it safer, theoretically safer to work on this stuff too.
It does, absolutely.
Ms. Valdivia.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I see here, and I know I think we'll hear from the independent engineer, but I am curious, you had mentioned a couple of delays, and there was an interesting one related to scope on train cars and how maybe that wasn't incorporating the scope or they're waiting for the scope. Can you, I think I heard a little bit of this, but can you talk about one or two kind of major lessons learned as you think about, issuing the next set of CBTC, assuming all goes well with some policy direction this week? And this is specifically as it relates to contractors, your lessons learned with the contractors who are working on this.
So, in terms of lesson learned for the next project, I think it is the design build model is interesting for us. I think it's very important to be clear on the system responsibility on the contractor and the performance, to ensure that the performance is built in the contract and we have a clear path to reach the performance that we expect. I don't know. How I can summarize what matters also is the fact that we need the CBTC contract focus on the technology and not get too distracted by the non-CBTC work. And I think
If I could just come in, just this one key thing that if I could make an illustration. In the new contracts, we're allowing the system architecture to be designed by the design-build contractor. In previous times, we were imposing certain architecture. We were saying to contractors, build that big room of relay signals over there and build that big tech of equipment over there, and they'll both talk to each other. By allowing the design-build teams to do their work, all that equipment comes down to something about the size of that. So we're freeing up the contractors as we do to enable them to make the system as simple and as least complicated as possible. That is a whole different change, and that's one of the major lessons we've gotten from the historic projects. Okay.
And, you know, since we're giving a full explanation, I would just add that one of the reasons it's been hard to get there in our system, as opposed to many other systems in the world, is the degree of interlining that we have in our system. So the fact that trains are able to run on multiple lines, it means that we can provide that flexible direction to the contractors, but we need them to adhere to one set of common standards so that we can continue to interline trains. That's been one of the hardest problems to solve and to manage contractors on, and I think we're successfully doing that based on what we've discussed today.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're going to hear from the IEC. Thank you for the presentation. IEC?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Calvin Gordon, Deputy Program Director for the IEC, and I will be providing our review of the Signal and Train Controls Business Unit Program and Quarterly Traffic Light Report, as our Program Director, Suresh Payeti, is away on a Michael Baker International Humanitarian Mission in Africa. Our communications-based train control summary and detailed monitoring reports can be found on page 14 of your committee book. It highlights the IEC's observations, recommendations, and analysis regarding the CBTC projects included in the capital program. The CBTC program commenced in the late 1990s to modernize existing signal installations with the objectives of enhancing safety of operation, improving on-time performance, and increasing line capacity by reducing operating headway. The technical approach for the CBTC program at that time was focused initially on maintaining interoperability between various transit lines by supporting mixed fleet operation under wayside signal protection. That approach is currently being implemented on 4 lines that support multiple train services identified as the legacy CBTC projects, the procurements for which date from 2015 to 2022. Since our last report to the board in June 2023, the legacy projects have made progress. Technical issues are being resolved. CBTC in-passenger service operation is exhibiting a higher level of stability. The IEC recognizes various challenges that have impacted the schedule of 3 of the legacy CBTC projects, which are currently experiencing significant projected delays. Further details, together with noted risk and mitigations undertaken by C&D, are included in the IEC report. Of particular importance, C&D has recently taken steps to ensure contractual requirement of achieving reliability, availability, and maintainability, otherwise known as RAM, is being met on the QBL West line. Notwithstanding these challenges and schedule delays, C&D is advancing the CBTC program, including equipping 3,680 B Division cars and modernizing 137 track miles with this CBTC technology, a monumental effort. Further, C&D has taken the initiative to streamline the CBTC program through the implementation of a CBTC-centric approach, which maintains interoperability with legacy CBTC systems. Under this approach, a highly centralized and integrated architecture is used to minimize wayside and room equipment and to enhance the CBTC communications between trains and wayside using 5G technology. C&D is progressing the CBTC-centric approach with a pilot installation on the crosstown line. Based on the IEC's observations of this project, there are different challenges that need to be addressed, including successful implementation of the 5G technology, which has been delayed. Minimizing equipment requires providing a high level of availability to avoid impacting train service and placing restrictions on manual train operations. And finally, development of a block design that meets operational needs for interlocking and wayside signal installations to form the basis for the CBTC-centric system and software development. Now, while the design-build project delivery method leverages the contractor's resources for innovative design ideas, it is the IEC's opinion that future CBTC-centric projects must contain strict and detailed requirements in the RFP for the development of the block design. This will ensure that different design approaches by various contractors will result in a consistent operating environment throughout the transit system and meet core operational needs. The IEC is discussing the above challenges with the Crosstown CBTC team and has proposed mitigations to reduce the risk to the CBTC-centric program. Lastly, the fourth quarter 2023 traffic light report and Signal and Train Controls Business Unit TLR summary begins on page 77 of your committee book for your review. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the IEC comments on the Signal and Train Control Business Unit and quarterly traffic light report.
Questions or comments?
This is obviously for the summer, this question, but when the Crosstown line begins CBTC installation, will we have the capability in those what appear to be weekend electronic maps that are in the various stations to show what sections of the G line are out of service on a daily basis?
Yes.
That would be very helpful to riders, I think. That's great. Thank you. And one other question. When you were discussing the successes of the 7 and the L train earlier, was part of that success because they are discrete lines and don't merge with anything else?
I mean, I may look to Gregoire to answer. I mean, I would say it was, these were the reasons that these were the first lines that we installed CBTC on. So the projects became more complex. Once a project is implemented with the I2S technology that we're using to support interlining, it should function the same way. Did I say that accurately, Gregoire?
Yes, I think that's correct. After, it's clear that, as was said earlier, to have the full benefit, it's better to have the operation from end to end. But the benefit should start to appear even on a portion of a line. Yeah.
Further comments or questions from the board? Okay, with that, let's go to Ms. please.
I'm sorry. One last piece on the Crosstown line. Obviously, since Culver has or will have been done, we're really only talking about Hoyt-Schermerhorn up to Court Square for the G line, right? Because Culver line will have been done.
I don't think Hoyt-Schermerhorn is the dividing line.
I mean, the F line will be end to end.
Right.
Because Bergen Street will have been part of the Culver line, so that will be done. So the next stop north is Hoyt-Schermerhorn on the G.
I think the limits of the Culver work are Church.
Yeah.
So the limits of Crosstown begin at Church. But Gregoire's making the more important point, which is once the G is done, we will have the F service will be fully CBTC enabled, the entire line, which includes QBL West and QB.
I think except the last station.
Okay, except yes.
And the middle of 6th Avenue, yes.
And once we have the 6th Avenue line done, thank you.
Okay, with all those clarifications, we throw it to Ms. Budwa for procurements.
Thank you. Construction and Development is presenting 5 procurement actions totaling $19.2 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. All of the actions this month are ratifications of modifications. They are as follows. The first is to furnish and install a new fire water tank at the Croton Harmon Yard. The second is for additional steel column repairs, a new structural slab and drain at stairs P8 and P9 at the 33rd Street Station on the Lexington line. The next two are for the repair of 157 additional sidewall columns, 34 additional roof beams, and 2 struts on the concourse line between 161st Street and 205th Street in the Bronx. The last item is for additional detailed inspection of the orthotropic deck welds at 3 spans on the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained in your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve? Mr. Chu, second Ms. Mahaltzis. All in favor? Items carry. Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. Thank you. That concludes today's agenda. Motion to adjourn. Mr. Brown, thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis, for the second. All in favor? We are in adjournment.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing, to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the March 2024 meeting of the Finance Committee to order. Welcome aboard. We have obviously a quorum. Thank you all for joining. David, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are 3 public speakers today. The first 2 are remote and the last one's in person. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland. Today, I'm going to speak about congested pricing. I originally was not going to speak today, but because the MTA is expected to vote on a resolution to green light congested pricing, I do have some concerns. As Commissioner Zuckerman, you pointed out on the December 6th board meeting that people would pay more, just a little bit more. But my commissioner, Commissioner David Mack, was the only no vote against the measure for that. In fact, with New Jersey settling the lawsuits, State Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel requested Judge Brian Martinati of the United States District Court of New Jersey to recuse himself for the case, as he's the husband of the former a commissioner for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, Dinah Martinati. The last topic I do want to speak about is I would only support congested pricing only if we repealed the 3/8 sales tax authorized from the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance to use for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. I do support having less cars on the road and believe the threat of climate change is real. But the amount by congested price unless we repeal a certain sales tax. Thank you. Have a safe night home. God bless you, everyone of you. Mr. Keller?
Thank you. Our second speaker is Charlton D'Souza, who will be followed by Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President, Passengers United. So obviously we do not support congestion pricing, and there are many reasons why, because the existing subway and bus network cannot handle the overflow crowds. That congestion pricing, will cause people to get on the subway, buses, and railroad. And right now we don't have any fare incentives for Southeast Queens and other transit deserts in New York. So for instance, for Southeast Queens, we lost the Atlantic Ticket Weekly, but we did not get a city ticket weekly yet. Express buses are $7. That's too expensive. The express bus fare should really be $4 to entice more people to get on the express bus. And right now, with the Queens bus redesign, some people are going to have to pay 2 times because of the way the bus redesign is. So, we need a third transfer. And I've been hearing a lot of things about free buses. The problem is, free buses only work for a certain amount of people, but then those people still have to pay when they enter the system. So this is why I just think we need, a third transfer. You get a subway to bus transfer, and then you have another transfer, and like this, it works out for everyone. So we're not supporting congestion pricing, and also Nice Bus was not considered in any of this. They still don't have Omni, which is an issue. Same thing with Beeline Bus. They don't have the Omni installed. And we're having a lot of problems with the MetroCard vending machines where people cannot load up their fares. The machines are constantly broken. So this is going to be quite a huge undertaking to when congestion pricing starts. I think a lot of people are going to be upset. You guys have to get these Omni machines up and running, and you have to make it accessible for everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Jason Anthony.
Hey, Neil. Hey, Kevin. Last but not least, Jason Anthony here. I know that you guys are going to vote on Wednesday regarding congestion pricing. Like I've been saying all day, I'm not gonna pressure you guys to either vote yes or no. I'm gonna tell you guys plain and simple. Vote with your conscience. But just keep in mind the following. People with disabilities, low-income people that represent the whole MTA network. This month, yours truly attended the New Jersey Transit Corporation board meeting, and its president, Kevin Corbett, insulted us. So with that said, yours truly will be keeping advocating that New Jersey Transit Corporation and, let's say, Phil Murphy and Josh Kaihammer will have to come to the table and settle the lawsuit with us. So count on people like me and others to keep advocating that NIMBYs like New Jersey to settle the lawsuit with the MTA once and for all. So with that said, I'll see you guys on Wednesday morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the public speaking session.
Thanks, David, and congratulations on your tan. It looks fantastic. It's we were commenting on how lovely it looks. You had a great trip, I hope. Anyway, minutes of the February 26th, 2024 meeting have been distributed. Are there any comments, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, motion. Thank you, Sammy. Delanca, can I have a second? All right, thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye, opposed, abstention, motion passes. Excellent. First item is your monthly financial performance report, formerly known as Budget Watch. David?
Year-to-date February 2024 preliminary results compared to the adopted budget were unfavorable by $6 million or 1%, while the month of February was unfavorable by $29 million or 10%. Operating revenues on a year-to-date basis were $7 million or 1% favorable, while passenger revenues were $26 million unfavorable. This is offset by favorable toll revenue of $21 million and favorable other operating revenue of $11 million. As a reminder, the adopted budget includes below the line a farebox revenue loss provision of $100 million for 2024 to offset the unfavorable passenger revenue results. For February, operating revenues were $25 million, or 4% favorable. Passenger revenues were $8 million unfavorable, while toll revenue was $17 million favorable, and other operating revenue was $16 million favorable. Passenger revenues through February remained $229 million, or 24% below passenger revenue in 2019, while toll revenue exceeded 2019 toll revenue levels by $32 million, or 11%. These changes from 2019 are adjusted to reflect rate changes in both fares and tolls over this 2019 to 2024 period. Operating subsidies on a year-to-date basis were $6 million, or 1% favorable. This reflects favorable petroleum business tax of $47 million, of which $36 million was due to delay until January in the transfer of December 2023 receipts. Additionally, investment income was favorable by $11 million, and CDOT subsidy was favorable by $7 million. However, unfavorable results were recorded for the urban tax of $10 million, MRT of $28 million, the for-hire vehicle surcharge of $4 million, and city subsidy to MTA bus of $2 million. Additionally, the payroll mobility tax was unfavorable by $28 million, and local operating assistance was favorable by $5 million, although both the PMT and the local operating assistance are timing related. For February, operating subsidies were $21 million, or 3% unfavorable. Capital subsidies year-to-date through February were $3 million unfavorable due to receipts from the real property transfer tax surcharge, which is referred to as the mansion tax. Operating expenses year-to-date February were unfavorable by $26 million, or 1%, reflecting higher labor expenses of $38 million and other expense adjustments of $13 million, which are offset by favorable non-labor expenses of $24 million. Overruns were at Transit, Metro North, and FimTech, with other agencies reporting favorable results of expenses. For February, operating expenses were $40 million, or 3% unfavorable. Labor expenses were $24 million unfavorable. Non-labor expenses were $6 million unfavorable, and other expense adjustments were $10 million unfavorable. Debt service was $8 million, or 2% favorable year-to-date February, primarily due to the timing of debt service accruals. And for February, debt service expenses were favorable by $7 million, or 3%, primarily due to the timing of debt service accruals, the reversal of a prior negative timing variance, and lower than budgeted variable rates. There are further details in the financial performance report.
Thank you, David. And if I may, I was remiss in not welcoming Mira and Mark, new commissioners, to our committee. Thank you for joining. Hopefully you'll become permanent members of this almost committee as a whole. It's fun to do addition and subtraction at the end of the day, so more than welcome to join us. Any questions for David? If hearing none, I'll just suggest that I like seeing the uptick in February in both subway and bus paid revenue. So, anything you want to comment on that?
Yeah, if you look at the graphs, we had a little bit of uptick from January to February. Again, this is, I think David reported out some unfavorable budget numbers in terms of ridership revenue for transit and commuter. And remember, the way our budget works, we continue to have growing paid ridership throughout the year. So even though we can get an uptick in ridership, it's got to keep pace with our budget. And, it's not much different news on the revenue side than before, where, we're seeing good news on the commuter rails, generally speaking. Subway's doing okay. Buses continue to underperform in terms of paid ridership, and nothing seems to deter motorists on our bridge and tunnel crossings. They set records, and so that's that. So it's going to be something we have to watch really closely. Obviously, as we've described before, we need to make improvements on fare evasion. So all our returning riders that keep coming back, the high percentage of them actually pay versus versus the alternative. So we'll keep an eye on it. Expenses, we were a little bit over budget. Again, a lot of timing related issues. We came off of a pretty big underspend last year. Some of that, materials, and contracts go across the year. Labor, we put in a much more aggressive budget on total labor expenses, and we're still working on hitting that aggressive target. So stay tuned on that.
Well, thank you for that. And for our new board members, in our budget watch, we have this McKinsey midpoint that designates for us what we need to track our budget towards as we grow back paid ridership, and we track against it what we're doing. So it's a very helpful graphical depiction of how you're doing. Yeah, please.
Yeah, just one other commentary is, David rattled off the numbers on all our dedicated taxes. Again, it's a big pool of taxes. I'd say the way looking at all the underlying data, I think the payroll mobility tax, which was the big part of the budget fix last year, is coming in pretty close to expectations. It can be off one month over another month, but it's generating. Again, where we're seeing the headwinds continuing is in the real estate related taxes, where we are not, again, we forecast much lower numbers last year. Good thing, that's how it came in. We're projecting some recovery this year, and that recovery hasn't started yet. The mortgage rates remain high. The commercial real estate market, is still sorting itself out in New York. So we're going to be watching that closely.
All right, thank you. All right. Please, Andrew.
Much as we now have celebrities announcing in the subway system why it's not cool to surf and why your life is in danger. Maybe we should have them explain why it's not cool to beat the fare.
Yeah, this is something actually our chief customer officer is working on as we speak. Names are being floated of very high-profile, influential folks, and hopefully that campaign, I don't know if anyone wants to talk about it at this point, but I think it's premature. But I hear rumblings of us having a campaign to that very effect. So, Andrew, you could be the first to suggest any celebs you may be close with on the Upper West Side. If there's anyone in your building that you know, please submit them to Shanifa. Go ahead, please.
No, I was just saying I posted myself paying the fare, but it didn't seem to go viral at all. So
yeah, having you jump the turnstile probably be not the right image to have.
I liked it, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, back to the fun, formerly known as Finance Watch. Olga, please. Sorry, Norman, go ahead. Sorry, please. Please, go ahead.
I had almost regretted pressing my button, but have you considered flipping the equation on shaming and post the people who are, first of all, I think that banning people from the system is an entirely unenforceable rule, and just what we need is one more unenforceable rule. However, if we can't enforce fair paying, I don't know how we're going to enforce that. But I'll trust you guys being smarter than me, and we're going to enforce that. Okay. But how about shaming the people that we have the names now? Like, I was just in Bologna, and they got a thing on a wall of all the people the fascists killed when they ran Bologna. And I feel like, putting that up as if you publish the people who we pretend to ban from the system, perhaps that would have a sort of social pressure that might get them to behave.
David?
I also want to bring the board back to the fact that our main problem is buses and a 50% failure to pay in Staten Island and 30% system-wide. I don't want this to be focused on Black and Latino young people with, let's get a rapper, that will reach it. Let's go to the old lady getting on and the guy getting on in a three-piece suit. I want this to be something that doesn't further sort of criminalize or focus on not the main problems in this system.
And let's be clear, this committee is a finance committee, and we're No, it's a great question. I think our general method is no one around this table knows the right levers to pull. Our job in this committee is to identify the problem, and the problem is that we have a massive, near $1 billion fare evasion problem. Not that close, but we're getting there. And it is becoming endemic, and we're all bothered by it. And I've heard enough people on this committee talk about their own individual experiences of seeing it. And it doesn't matter, to your point, black, brown, white, young, old. It is endemic to the system, and it is a problem, and it is affecting us financially. And someone, meaning us, have to do something about it, whether it's public service announcements or enforcement or even shaming. I'm not the right person to come up with what the right techniques are, but we do know financially it is a real problem. And if we can plug it, my God, we've got a benefit to the system. Do you want to say something? Okay, great. Olga, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Today we're reporting results of 3 transactions that we priced earlier this month. 2 of them are competitively sold tax-exempt and taxable bond anticipation notes, and the third is negotiated sale of $1.289 billion transportation revenue refunding bonds. You can find a summary of the results of the 3 sales in the financial performance report on pages 10 and 11. With respect to the transportation revenue bonds refunding, I just want to note that this was the first sizable issuance of fixed-rate transportation revenue bonds in the last 3 years. And you might remember that 3 out of 4 rating agencies that rate transportation revenue bonds upgraded them last year. And Fitch Ratings very timely again upgraded transportation revenue bonds under the revised criteria from A to AA just before the sale, which created a nice positive momentum as we were getting ready to go to the market. The refunding resulted in 99 million or 9% of par of net present value savings. We think a significant portion of these savings is due to the improved ratings, but also we benefited from the relatively low supply that week and available investor cash. I just want to say that this transaction validated the rating agency action, and we think we can now utilize transportation revenue bonds more going forward, particularly with respect to refunding transactions. The refunding deal is scheduled to close this Wednesday, March 27th. We will be taking a little bit of a break from the capital market activities in April because we're working on updating our annual disclosure, but I'll be back reporting our plans for bond sales in May and over the summer next month. This concludes my report for today.
Kevin?
Thanks, Olga. Yeah, look, I think this is really great news. Remember, the transportation revenue bonds are the credit that's primarily backed by our fare box and represents the, kind of the strength of the MTA system. And so, a year ago, right, we had big budget deficits, got the problem solved. All the rating agencies upgraded this credit, and we were finally able to bring a very large fixed rate transaction with maturities that go out 25 years, backed by the upgraded MTA credit. And as Olga mentioned, we're able to reduce interest costs by, almost 100 million present value. Most of that, or a large part of it, attributable to getting the upgrade. And this is the first time in 3 years, really, since the pandemic, that we've been able to bring this credit into the market. And so I think, importantly, investors gave a vote of confidence to the MTA credit, by purchasing this. Just to give an example, New York State, which has really highly rated credits backed by the state's personal income tax and sales tax, was in the market the week before. That's almost like our, risk-free rate in New York State. And we were about 25 or 30 basis, 0.25% higher in interest rate, which is pretty remarkable. So the state was able to, for example, borrow at 4, and we borrowed at 4.25. Pretty tight differential, where, back in when we were under, more uncertainty, bonds in the market would trade at, a full 2 percentage points difference between us and the state. So
That is a great testament to our closing our budget and having a very clear outlook. Any questions for Olga? Okay, hearing none. David, back to you on all agency items, please.
First, the Finance Committee work plan anticipated for March, a request for authorization to file for and accept federal grants for federal fiscal year 2024. This request will come before the Finance Committee and the board next month. The first item on today's agenda for all agency and MTA headquarters, we seek approval to authorize the filing with the State of New York, the annual MTA all-agency procurement report for the period January 1, 2023 to December 31, 2023, as required under Section 2879 of the Public Authorities Law. The report provides contract information by each agency for which payments were made in 2023. Each agency report has been submitted separately in agency committee exhibit books, and Jim McBride is present if there are any questions.
Can I have a motion to approve the filing of the all-agency procurement report, please? Thank you, Lisa. Second. Thank you, Blanca. Any questions, comments on it? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes. Lizette, procurement, please, the singular one.
Just the one. There is one action this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the estimated amount of $19.4 million. This action is found in the March 2024 Finance Committee book. This item is a 2-year extension of a contract awarded to Action Carting Environmental Services, Inc. to continue refuse removal and recycling services for New York City Transit, MTA Bus, and Staten Island railway stations, yards, barns, depots, and administrative facilities in the amount of $19.4 million. It's needed to allow the MTA to develop a solicitation for a consolidated procurement of services through a category management approach that will aggregate requirements across all of the operating agencies in common geographic regions and potentially generating cost savings for the agency. The primary reason the additional time is needed to develop a new solicitation is to allow time for the New York City Commercial Waste Zone program to be fully implemented. The program divides the city up into 20 zones for commercial waste hauling in order to reduce truck traffic associated with commercial waste collection. And given the new program, the MTA will need to see the effect on the vendor community in the market and how they would compete in the MTA's broad procurement. The additional time will also allow the execution of a third-party audit of our waste stream, the result of which will better inform the scope of work for this all-agency procurement. The audit results will provide a guideline for the credit percentage to be received for the recyclables.
Okay, any questions for Lizette? We have a motion to approve the Action Carting extension, please. Thank you and thank you. I'll take that as a first and a second. Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstention. Motion passes. Thank you, Lizette. David, information items.
The first information item is the 2023 annual MTA prompt payment report, which is required to be filed with the State Controller, State Budget, the Senate Finance Committee, and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. Prompt payment legislation requires MTA to make interest payments on invoices not paid within 30 days. In 2023, MTA made interest payments of $58,324 for the January 2023 to July 2023 period, and payments of $118,920 will be made for the August 2023 to December 2023 period. The annual report is provided in your materials, and Roy Grace Stewart is present if there are any questions.
Any questions for David? All right, hearing none, information items on agency procurements from Lizette. Back to you, please.
There are 2 information items for Long Island Railroad this month, approved by its respective committee. The first is a request that the board formally ratify the declaration of an immediate operating need and approve the award of a 10-year original manufacturer purchase agreement for M7 propulsion system equipment upgrade, overhaul, and bench test equipment to Mitsubishi Electric Power Products, Inc. The second item, also to Mitsubishi, is a request that the board formally ratify the declaration of an immediate operating need and approve a 5-year contract for HVAC and propulsion replacement parts utilized on LIRR's M7 electric rail cars, Metro North's M7 and M8 electric rail cars, and New York City Transit subway car needs. Immediate operating needs were declared and awards were made due to the delay resulting from the lack of required number of voting members in attendance at the February 2024 MTA board meeting. There's 1 information item for Metro North Railroad this month, approved by its respective committee. This item is a request for board approval to award a 5-year miscellaneous service contract to retain pre-qualified vendors to furnish emergency and scheduled bus services on an as-needed basis for railroad passengers and/or crews between stations throughout the railroad's New York and Connecticut operating territories during scheduled and emergency track outages and service disruptions. There are no information items for bridges and tunnels this month, and there are no information items for transit this month.
Thank you. Any questions for Lizette? For Mark and Mira's benefit, we effectively repeat procurements that have been done in the actual committees for purposes of information because of money flowing, and it's just a matter of good habit for us. But if you had heard those earlier, it's because you actually did hear them earlier in other committees. Exactly. Well said. All right, All right, monthly consolidated reports are in your committee book. Mr. Florio, take us home with real estate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, real estate has 3 action items for consideration and approval. The first is an administrative item for the MTA. It is the all-agency real property disposition guidelines and all-agency personal property disposition guidelines required by the Public Authorities Law, sections 2895-28. The second is a transactional item for the MTA. It's a lease with 3030 Equities, LLC, for an MTA Police Department training facility in 3030 Northern Boulevard in Queens. The third action item is for MTA Grand Central Madison. It's a lease with Trackback LLC for a bar and cafe on the Grand Central Madison Concourse. There are, in addition, 4 information items. I can go through those now, or would you like to?
Let's just vote on the action items first, then we can come to information items. And again, the third item is for, as Jana was mentioned before, for tracks to get back on track, so to speak, pun intended if awful. So may I have a motion to approve these 3 real estate items? Thank you, David. Second, Hada. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions. The real estate items pass. Back to you, David.
There are 4 information items. The first is for New York City Transit, and it's a lease between New York City Transit and J.W. Mays for office space in support of the relocation of the Jamaica Bus Terminal in Queens. The second and third items are for MTA Long Island Railroad and include a temporary license with the City of Long Beach for maintenance trailer adjacent to the Long Beach station, and a license with the Town of Islip for the operation of a signal hut near the railroad crossing in central Islip. The fourth and final item is our standard report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy.
Any questions for David? Hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Actually, I'm sorry, any new business for the committee? Apologies. Sorry, okay, motion to adjourn. Thank you. Second, all right, looking forward to seeing you all on Wednesday for the central business tolling vote.